दीपा मैडम हेलो दीपा मैडम हेलो हेलो
जोहित স্ক্রিন শেয়ারটা অফ করো প্লিজ স্ক্রিন শেয়ারটা অফ করো ফোনে কথা বলছি
শোনা যাচ্ছে? হ্যালো, গুড আফটারনুন।
হ্যাঁ ম্যাম, শোনা যাচ্ছে।
অল ওকে?
Yes, ma'am.
সুদীপ, গেস্টরা কি জয়েন করেছেন?
হ্যাঁ ম্যাম, হ্যাঁ ম্যাম।
স্যার জয়েন করেছেন? I think the music should stop and we go on air from 11:55 sharp, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Stop the music and from 11:55 we are on air.
Yes, ma'am.
Shanatan, stop the music. Yes, Oyun, please mute yourself. Yes, and stop the music. Thank you. Three minutes to go, Deepa.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can I start?
Yes, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Namaskar. Distinguished resource persons, honorable guests, and esteemed colleagues from different colleges, universities, and research organizations all over India. I welcome you all to this one-day national webinar on innovations in teaching, learning, and sustainable development in higher education institutions organized by Internal Quality Assurance Cell (IQAC) of Maheshtala College in collaboration with National Assessment and Accreditation Council (NAAC). I am Dr. Deepa Bhattacharya, and on behalf of all teaching and non-teaching staff members and students of Maheshtala College, I offer my heartfelt greetings to you all for gracing our webinar with your valuable presence. Our today's proceedings start with Vedic chant presented by Dr. Shorbani Chattopadhyay of the Sanskrit department of our college. Shorbani madam, over to you.
Sangachan Samgadaya
Thank you, Dr. Sharbani Chattopadhyay, for this auspicious invocation and for this prayer that states, may we march forward with a common goal. May we be open-minded and work together in harmony. May our aspirations be harmonious. May we be bound in strong fellowship and unity. Now, I request our Principal Madam, Dr. Rupa Das, to deliver the welcome address of this program. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, Dr. Deepa Bhattacharya. Very good afternoon to all our esteemed guests, distinguished resource persons, my dear colleagues from all over India. Thanks for joining this one-day national webinar jointly organized by Maheshtala College and National Assessment and Accreditation Council. It is said that man proposes, God disposes. This webinar, in collaboration with National Assessment and Accreditation Council, was supposed to be held last year in May at the Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture at Gold Park, Kolkata. However, the global pandemic robbed us of the opportunity of meeting in a physical platform, and we were feeling very disappointed, and we didn't know what to do when the situation was going to improve. And it was at this juncture that the late Professor Ganesh Hegde sir of National Assessment and Accreditation Council, he and other advisors of NAAC, they advised me to opt for the online mode. I pay my respects to Ganesh Hegde sir, who is with us no more. And the present webinar, in active collaboration with NAAC, is being held on without financial assistance and on this online platform. It could not have been possible without the wholehearted support I have received from the National Assessment and Accreditation Council and my own college colleagues, my dear colleagues. The webinar on innovations in teaching, learning, and sustainable academic growth in higher education institutions in India germinated from two of NAAC's most important mission statements, namely, to stimulate the academic environment for promotion of quality in teaching, learning, and research in higher education institutes, and to encourage self-evaluation, accountability, autonomy, and innovations in higher education. In this background, the present webinar seeks to discuss and deliberate over the different kinds of innovations in teaching learning processes in colleges and universities that will hopefully usher qualitative improvement in the. We also intend to explore the ways and means to plug in the silos that exist in traditional and modern technological learning and teaching techniques, as well as to upgrade teaching, learning, and improve the academic based approach, student-friendly pedagogic strategies that address not just all, but also pay special attention to the advanced learners as well as the weak learners, to incorporate green initiatives and sustainable measures. This webinar also seeks to highlight the various challenges encountered to initiate and, more importantly, to sustain the different innovative exercises adopted by higher education institutions all over the country. The importance of feasibility needs to be taken into account, since in many instances, very unfortunately though, innovative practices tried and tested and then rejected, causing a lot of inconvenience to our students, who obviously are the most important stakeholders in our entire educational system. This webinar seeks to provide a forum for discussion and deliberation about the different kinds of available and executable innovations in teaching learning for students to make them market ready. It also intends to discuss the sustainability of innovations, keeping in mind access, cost, intelligence, and eco-friendliness of the innovative strategies. A major discursive point of this webinar is to ideate, innovate, and evaluate existing techniques and, if possible, suggest improvements. Respected resource persons, our dear guests, participants, and friends from the academic community from all corners of the country, I welcome you all to this program. I sincerely hope that in spite of the challenges posed by the pandemic and in some instances the monsoon weather here in Kolkata today, we shall emerge better versions, enlightened versions of ourselves after the completion of this webinar. May today's event initiate new thoughts, energize us all into newer actions, and inspire us all to be a better version of ourselves. Thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Deepa Bhattacharya.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your welcome address and for outlining the theme and scope of this webinar. It was she who had drawn up the blueprint of this seminar and detailed all the themes, sub-themes, objectives, and all nitty-gritties of this grand online event. Madam, now I request you to kindly initiate the proceedings of the first session, please.
Thank you, Deepa. It gives me great pleasure to invite one of the most respectable teacher educators of the country, Professor Santosh Panda, here as the keynote speaker of this one-day national webinar. Thank you, sir. Professor Santosh Panda is a PhD in education and professor of distance education since 1997. He is also the former director of the Staff Training and Research Institute at IGNOU. He has done his BA, MA, MPhil, and PhD in education. He started his university teaching span in 1984 at Kurukshetra University. And he has also adorned many distinguished positions in his bright and eventful career. He has been chairperson of the National Council for Teacher Education, NCTE, a statutory national regulator of Government of India, and regulating about 19,000 teacher education institutions in the country. He has been a senior Fulbright scholar at the University of New Mexico, USA. He has been director of the Association of Indian Universities, representing about 990 universities. Dr. Panda is the founding director for the Inter-University Consortium for ICT at IGNOU, New Delhi. He has also been visiting professor at the University of London, at the Manchester Metropolitan University both in UK, at the University of New Mexico, and the Beijing Normal University, China, and the University of Guadalajara in Mexico. He has also been adjunct professor at the University of Maryland in the US. Sir has been a founder editor of refereed journals, including the Staff and Educational Development International, and he has been the former chief editor of the refereed Indian Journal of Open Learning. He has taught at the master's and doctoral programs in education in different universities and has presented keynotes, conference papers, pre-conference workshops, and conducted workshops in above 25 countries, and has delivered convocation addresses at 5 universities. Sir has published 48 papers in refereed journals internationally, 44 book chapters. He's written 19 books, 34 conference papers, and delivered 20 keynotes. His latest books include Planning and Management in Distance Education, published by Routledge, London, 2017. The second latest book is Economics of Distance and Online Learning, published from Routledge, New York. Technology-Enabled Learning, Policy, Pedagogy, and Practice, published by the Commonwealth Center for Learning, Vancouver in 2020. And I also take this opportunity to state that when I was a UGC FIP fellow working on ICT, I took help from Sir, and his different publications was greatly enriched and enlightened by him. Namaskar, Sir. I welcome you to this webinar, and I invite you now to deliver the keynote address, please. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Das. I'm just trying to share the screen. I'm not sure how to upload my PowerPoint.
Sir, I beg your pardon. Can I ask someone to upload it? We have a technical team who can help you.
Yes.
Yes, sir. You just say next, and he will do the... Shudeep, can you please upload Sir's presentation, which I sent you this morning?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So I think I can handle from this side. Can I?
Sir, I think Professor Shudeep Sarkar will be there for helping you out.
Really, I'm not able to, it's not moving.
Sir, I don't think you can operate it from your side since Professor Sudeep Sharkar is
Well,
presenting it.
But can you withdraw this and tell me how I should upload myself?
Yes, sir, I can. Sudeep, can you please help? Sir,
Sir, in your screen, there is an icon in present now.
Okay.
And click that icon. After that, you will get your enter screen option.
Okay.
After that, a screen will appear, and click that screen and share the button.
But that's PowerPoint is not appearing actually.
Sir, I will. Can I please intervene?
Yes.
Sir, you need to open the PowerPoint presentation first.
It is open already on the screen.
Right, sir. So now you just below all these different windows which are open, you will find that there is an icon of a raised hand, and just to its right, you find another small icon which has. So please you don't need to raise the hand. Just to the right of that icon, you have an present now button. Did you find it, sir?
It simply says present.
Yes, please click on it.
Your entire screen, a window at a...
Yes, please click on a window.
Oh, excellent. That's an excellent guide. Thank you very much. So, friends, very good morning. And welcome to this presentation. Professor Bashab Chaudhary, the chief guest. I understand he will join very soon. The former Vice Chancellor of West Bengal State University, Dr. Umpadas, Principal, Maheshtala College, Dr. Subir Maitra, Registrar, Ravindra Bharati University, Swami Shastriyananda, Principal of Ramakrishna Mission Residential College. I understand Dr. Ruchita Pathi will join very soon from NAAC. Our good friend, late Dr. Ganesh Hegde is no more, was advisor NAAC. Dr. Sarvani Chattopadhyay, Dr. Suchandra Bhattacharya, IQAC coordinator, Dr. Deepa Bhattacharya, the NAAC coordinator, my distinguished colleagues and participants. I will take you through some of the very foundational concerns that we see in this country, particularly, and also many countries around the globe. Since we have the national education policy in place, I will also talk about that because the national education policy will change in the Honorable Minister now, a few days back. Now the national policy should be given a step this year, hopefully. And very recently in the Professor G. Ram Reddy Memorial Lecture at IGNOU, delivered by former NAAC Director Professor Prasad, we released, I and Professor Das edited, our Vice Chancellor edited a book on National Policy on Education 2020, National Education Policy 2020, and the concerns and the reflections for the future course of action. Many, including some Vice Chancellors, they've contributed to that and reflected on how we should proceed, especially in higher education. That was more particularly concerned with higher education. So friends, without wasting time, let me proceed with making just one statement that I will not talk about hands-on, that it's not a workshop, it's a webinar, so seminar. So therefore, I will talk about some of the very foundational concerns that I thought is very relevant across the board, across different disciplines in higher and professional education. And therefore, we need to be concerned about that, because after all, it's the teacher's understanding and conception of teaching and learning and curriculum which makes sense in terms of their own application of pedagogy and technology in their teaching and learning, teaching their own discipline. So therefore, some of these concerns I will share with you. Hopefully, this will give you some idea that how we should look at our teaching learning today. You see, the National Education Policy 2020 talked about very foundational changes, some of the concerns. And in fact, this is a document which is talking about a paradigm shift in higher education altogether, a very drastic change in teaching and learning. It talks about the uniqueness of the child, that every child is different from the other. And this is what we interpret today in constructivist educational discourse, that even twins are not the same. So they perceive very differently, they learn very differently, their cognitive structure is different from each other, and therefore, and their study skills and so on and so forth is different, and therefore we need to address each child differently, though they are sitting within the same classroom or teaching at learning at a distance and so on and so forth. It talks about foundational literacy and numeracy, which is very weak. Most importantly, it talks about Indian culture and values, because wherever I go, I'm almost 27, 48 countries that I have visited and worked with colleagues. I've seen that almost everybody is talking about their own culture, history, tradition, their own context, because after all, teaching learning is relating to the context. Context is our language, our perception, our gender, our culture, our tradition, our values, our history. So therefore, culture is very important. But somehow we have been, and that has been a malady from the Macaulay's system of education that the British introduced in this country, almost dismantled our own culture and introduced a kind of culture which we have not been actually imbibed, except that we have learned English language, and we most probably have adopted the Western style of life, maybe a little bit of Western thinking. But that's good, that's okay. But then the British system almost destroyed our existing system of education based on Indian culture and values. And therefore, there is an attempt to bring it back and to de-learn what we are today and relearn what we should be. And that's an important challenge. That's what Indian culture and values in the national policy talks about. It talks about flexibility, which is a hallmark of distance learning in the country, including the university that I work. So flexible entry and flexible exit, that's very important. And when that is there, there is a question of credit. Everything must be expressed in terms of credit hours. Credit hours in higher education is teachers' teaching hours. Credit hours in distance learning, in online learning is student study hours. So these two need to gel together, and there should be a system of credit transfer. I'll talk about that, the choice-based credit system and the national policy when it talks about credit transfer across the globe between countries. And that has a lot more implications, including internationalization of education and cross-border delivery. So therefore, this is very important, flexible entry and exit. Multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, multilingualism, and integrating content, technology, and pedagogy. This is very essential. The national policy has given an idea that how we should proceed, but we need to work out. And that's what I would deal with in my presentation, which will be curriculum, pedagogy, a little bit of technology I'll talk about. Grounding in practice, the national policy talks about the formula 50-50. I'm not talking about the Britannia 50-50. This is the advertisement 50-50. And that 50-50 is working very well. I think at the National Open University in distance learning, we have adopted a formula that we will present theory and 50% and translate that into practice 50%. So this is very important. And that practice has to be grounded in context. That practice has to be experiential, which is not happening. That can't take place within a classroom lecturing discourse. So therefore, the entire pedagogy needs to change, and therefore teaching learning strategies. I will talk about a little bit 21st century skills. It talks about social and life skills. Very important today because we are dealing with 21st century learners, and we're competing globally within the country and outside. And unfortunately, our competition, whether it's a PISA for schooling or university ranking, whether QS or Times or Shanghai, whatever ranking, that we have not been able to come up, except that very recently, Indian Institute of Science has come up to be within 200 universities in the world. Technology-enabled learning, this is very important because the national policy talks about kind of blended teaching learning for tomorrow with credit transfer, with a seamless credit transfer to development of a credit bank, academic credit bank for each individual student, and so on and so forth. The curriculum it talks about, it has to be diverse, inclusive, and contextual. I'll talk about that. It talks about cross-border education, distance online learning, and a kind of higher education qualification framework, vis-a-vis the National Skill Qualifications Framework. And it talks about regulation, which has to be light but tight. That's what it says. Integrity, transparency, and efficiency. I tried my best to implement these in NCTE, but there are problems. So therefore, regulation has to be very light, with a lot more autonomy given to institutions. And fortunately, the national policy doesn't distinguish between public-private universities. It doesn't distinguish between the research university, teaching university, or even autonomous colleges, that all the colleges are going to be converted as autonomous, as degree granting institutions themselves. So therefore, there's a lot more that is coming up that the national policy is talking about. So therefore, at the present moment, we have all kinds of delivery that is valuable in this country and elsewhere, on campus that we are familiar with, distance learning that we do at National Open University, at Ajishavas Open University, and many others, including Anston, Calcutta, Vidyasagar, Kalyani, Ravindra Bharat, and many others which implement dual mode distance learning programs, but which I must say is very weak at this moment. But when there will be a parity of esteem, no distinction between face-to-face distance, then the seamless credit transfer, certainly the quality would be similar across the board, on campus, distance, online, e-learning. Use of any kind of e-learning will basically would be flipped classroom they talk about today, that you use technology within a context which it's not an exclusive technology-enabled learning, but you bring in technology to your teaching learning as much as you need, or your pedagogy, or your discipline, or the subject matter allows you to do. Blended learning, that's what the national policy is talking about. I'll talk about that. Mobile learning and ubiquitous learning. There are many universities in the world which are offering the entire degree program through the mobile system, the ubiquitous platform. And people have been talking about that, they've implemented. I've seen that. We don't have that in this country, including the universities in China, because I've been almost 16 times visiting professor in China, especially in Beijing. Normally, it's a very, very huge university, Tsinghua University, University of Peking, for instance, in Beijing itself. And the Shanghai TV University also seriously implements these. They have been country-wise e-college, which provides support e-learning to all over the country. A parallel could be drawn our SOEM system. I will talk about the SOEM platform in my presentation. So friends, we have come to a point to realize, based on research and development, that blending is the way out for the future, vis-a-vis whatever has happened in COVID time, which is almost a remote distance teaching or remote online teaching, which is not basically an online teaching. There's nothing blending in that. But the kind of blending that we are aiming at, and therefore credit transfer would be more possible across institutions, across different programs of study, and between countries in future, provided we develop a system categorically in our curriculum design and in our national definition of credit policy, vis-a-vis the choice-based credit. So that's the only one that we have today. That self-paced learning, self-learning, which is almost died down among teachers and students, except a few occasional what do you call pockets of excellence in self-learning, but it's not in the mainstream. So self-learning has to be given certain chunk in terms of credit. Second, certain credit hours have to be provided to face-to-face learning, where there will be more of deliberation, discussion, debate, critical reflection, and engagement in practice, including hands-on workshop, laboratory work, and so on and so forth. Face-to-face will not be devoted to lecturing at all. And insofar as collaboration is concerned, all the time we cannot come to a face-to-face context, and therefore there are a lot more online strategies and platforms available today, and most of them are free of cost, that we can undertake collaborative learning, engagement in contexts, doing collaborative projects, portfolios, cases, and so on and so forth. So this kind of blending is going to be the future. Unfortunately, our understanding of the blended learning that emerged from the American context, for instance, that blending of face-to-face and online and blending of online with face-to-face, that was needed in the American context. But the research has gone beyond that to say that blending is possible when we define our learning outcome, when we do a concept mapping to derive our curriculum, the content, the activities that we design for the students to engage with, the assessment strategies, including rubric, including a portfolio, and of course in delivery strategy. So it's not the delivery strategy alone which defines our blending. In between, of course, in India, we could not so far have an open education resource policy, OER policy, but I understand many universities, including Netaji Subhash Open University, they have an OER policy in place. But I understand that the OER or resource-based learning policy is going to be formulated, will be in place very soon. So therefore, the OER pedagogy that has come to us, that which allows us that not only we use and reuse the existing open education resources, which are free of cost, which are guaranteed by international legal clearinghouse called the Creative Commons. And therefore, the 5 kinds of pedagogy that is involved there: retain, reuse, we can revise, we can remix, print, audio, video, graphics, animation, and the online platforms, including social technologies and social networks, your Facebook, YouTube, and so on and so forth. We can do that, provided we have an institutional OER policy, and we can really distribute that among students, among trainees, among many others. In distance learning, it's a very different ball game than what happens in a face-to-face classroom context. So therefore, open education resource strategy and policy has come to the fore. We must utilize that, and we are going to utilize that. And OER is talking about both, on the one hand, open learning, on the one hand, it is talking about an open pedagogy or open education practices. That would simply mean that we become open to all the aspects, including entry of students, starting from there in our curriculum design, the kinds of content selection that the students would like to themselves, given a basket available to them as per their choice and needs and abilities and aptitude and so on and so forth, and continue to select media, and the students become co-creators of content in the process. The traditional methodology has been a textbook, and there is a curriculum, or we call it a syllabus, and the teacher translates that in the classroom, the students study, come back and deliberate, discuss, go for hands-on laboratory, and so on and so forth. That has to go, that is going to have drastic changes in the future. So therefore, we are aiming at, I wish that we can achieve that. We are aiming at what is called an open education practices. And all these you can Google and get hold of documents to study. So friends, my submission is that when we are trying to look at a program of study, a certificate, diploma, or degree program, across institutions, across disciplines, we need to design it properly. So therefore, design is assuming considerable importance. It's not the syllabus that is there. It's an old game altogether, which is not leading to anything, which is encouraging reproduction, including strategic reproduction, securing 100 out of 100 marks out of 100. That's not going to work anymore. It's not developing creativity, innovation, critical thinking, kinds of things. I'll talk about that in 21st century skills that we need to do. And therefore, the national policy is very emphatic that we start with a curriculum design, rethink about that. We start with a program design, develop it, deliver it through blended learning, maintain the program over a period of time, do a program evaluation, and also do a revision. I will talk about that a little bit. So therefore, this will be applicable to all kinds of delivery modes that we have, and largely to face-to-face context, which is dominating the scenario right now. If we talk about curriculum design, you might have seen that largely we are subject-centered in our board of studies and the curriculum committees with a few experts. This is largely dominated by the subject matter. And we have not been the professional, I must say, in designing a curriculum. It is more convenient curriculum design that what we are doing based on our own ability, our own understanding, the resources available, and given the constraints. And constraint is huge. And therefore, we have been pressurized to be more subject-centered. But there are institutions like IIMs, IITs, and many other that I know, which are getting into what is called a learner-centered curriculum, based on the individual needs and plans and choices, and especially activities designed for diversified groups of learners. Diversified would simply mean there are cultural differences, there are gender differences, linguistic differences, there are caste differences in our country, socioeconomic status differences, rural urban differences, and many. So therefore, we need to design a curriculum which should address the learners themselves. And vis-a-vis this, if we can get into what is called a problem-centered curriculum, I will just touch upon that because there is less time. Problem-based learning and project-based learning, these two are the latest constructivist, open-ended teaching learning strategies, more so learning strategies for the students to engage with. And therefore, the higher order learning, including creativity and innovation, could be possible through a learner-centered and problem-centered, which is problem-based and project-based and activity-based and authentic life experience-based, and therefore creative and innovative. This is not simply talking about this, but some of the cases that we have done ourselves, and some of the universities are doing. Some of the programs in the universities are doing, though many departments are not doing, but this is possible, this is doable. So therefore, friends, to begin with, just have a look at this, and I'm pretty sure the PowerPoint would have been circulated to all of you, or will be circulated to all of you. You can just make note of this. When we design a curriculum, we basically take care of what you see on your screen. We consider the existing learning experiences and needs of the students, which we generally don't do in our curriculum design, and forget about teaching learning, which we need to do. This is the crux of the matter. This is the beginning of the story. We need to define graduate attributes, and I would refer you to look at the regulation, graduate attribute regulation of the University Grants Commission, I think, which was circulated in 2019. There have been examples of different disciplines given over their undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Please go through. And that's the beginning of defining a graduate attribute, that how your graduates should look like when they will complete your program. And what will be their first destination? There can be 3 different ways to look at graduate attribute, that what exactly they will gain and get into after completing your program. Second, what peripheral or secondary skills and competencies that they will develop. And third, generally, what kind of person that person will be. This is what is called a 21st century skill today. I'm referring to the undergraduate, 4-year undergraduate program, and with the national policy is talking about 4-year undergraduate program of the University of. My son was in the first and the last batch, and when they about to complete 3 years, the 4-year program was withdrawn. In fact, the 4-year program, 2 semesters extra were devoted to very important concerns and abilities and competencies which are needed today in 21st century. One was the researching skills, and I'm very happy that the national policy is talking about researching skills from the schooling level itself. The skill to investigate, the skill to do scientific research, to do review, to critically reflect, to debate, and so on and so forth. These skills are very much needed. That was 1 semester equivalent credit hours that the University of Delhi did it. The 2nd semester equivalent credit was devoted what is called social and life skills. I'll talk about that. Social and life skills, which the Delhi government in the school curriculum talks about the happiness skills. So I'm told that the parents and students and teachers, they all have been happy in Delhi government schools. And many are coming to see that how this happiness curriculum is being designed and delivered. And in fact, the Human Development Index of the United Nations today is now called the Human Happiness Index. It's a very serious concern and serious part of the definition of development, including the SDG 4 development goal 4 of the UNESCO, in essence, which talks about quality teaching and learning, including lifelong learning. So therefore, these research skills and social and life skills, they must form part of the graduate attribute that we are talking about. Of course, number 3, we are talking about a curriculum which is modular, credit-based, which is based on a concept mapping, and which are divided into courses and modules. I'm told in the future, and the national policy is talking about that we will have a basket of the courses for students to choose and have a combination leading to a certificate, diploma, or degree. It will not be an undergraduate, postgraduate, the way we are teaching. There'll be a basket of credits of the courses and modules that the students will choose. And this will be the choice-based credit system, which I will touch upon, and this is possible. We need to define learning outcomes, defining learning outcomes. Some of my very progressive colleagues, they say competency-based education is not acceptable to us, especially from social science. They would argue the case. You see, competency, if you delimit competency to some menial competencies at the low level, it's certainly not acceptable. But everything is competency. The development of innovative skill is also competency. When 3 of our colleagues from the MIT, Harvard colleagues, they developed what is called the 21st Century Innovation Skills or the Innovation Strategy for 21st Century. You must read that book called Jugaad Innovation. So Jugaad is going to be, and is already, the 21st Century Innovation Skills. Most of the multinational companies are into Jugaad today. Vis-a-vis their R&D laboratories, they are more into Jugaad, and Jugaad is a scientific process of innovation. So therefore, that has to be brought in and very seriously debated. Resources, we need to provide a resource basket. The old textbook is not going to help anymore. Of course, the textbooks and teachers will be there. Nobody is going to eliminate them. But they will be complemented, supplemented, in fact, be integrated with, because integration is the issue for the next phase of education that we are going to have. I'll talk about integration a little bit. I'll touch upon all these a little bit for your little appreciation. Development of metacognitive skills, self-regulated learning skills is not happening. How the students will be able to handle themselves, manage their own tasks, and so on and so forth, it's not happening. How the students will be able to use their own competency, that's what Swami Vivekananda said, that education is nothing but a manifestation of the already these abilities that within man, and man would include, of course, women, all human beings. So therefore, the competencies, abilities within. We need to simply dig out and facilitate students to use their own abilities themselves. The teacher's role is not to teach. Teacher's role is to facilitate the students to develop their ability, including study skills, self-regulated learning skills, and metacognitive skills to handle themselves. That's the idea of teaching and learning. But we need to get into that. We are very poor in this, starting from the schooling to colleges, universities, and research, and so on and so forth. Our assessment has to be authentic. It has to be authentic, comprehensive, continuous. And therefore, we need to have what is called an authentic task. This is what is called 50-50 formulation, that 50 theory and 50 practice. Practice in context. It's not a practice with an hypothetical case study. Practice in grounded context itself. There's nothing which cannot be practiced in context. There is no theory which cannot be translated into action in the community of practice. And therefore, we have not been able to do it because we do not know as teachers how to do it, because we have been taught, we are teaching the way we have been taught. And therefore, there's nothing on our part. But we need a drastic transformation in the system, as well as facilitation of our professional development and professional learning, that how we should proceed. It should be seamless. It should be facilitating. It's not facilitating. I will talk about SWOIM platform also and talk about facilitation a little bit. So therefore, friends, we are coming to a point to design a curriculum. I must submit at this one point of time that teaching learning is a very simple business. We are making it very complex. There was an advertisement on TV, which is doing very well. It simply says, keep it simple, stupid. And therefore, the product is selling very well. So therefore, what it simply means is that keep it simple. Let us make it simple. Don't make it complex. We are very used to making everything very complex. Even in our communication, in our road writing, complex sentences and complex logic and so on and so forth. Teaching learning is a simple business. If you understand what exactly does it mean, communicate in simple language to the students. That's the quality of teaching and learning. Not a very high sounding, complex thing, but this is a British romantic tradition that we have inherited. We must do away with this. This is the attempt that we must do away. The British has gone much beyond that, but we have still the British hangover, which is more visible in Kolkata. In any case, the British hangover that we are into a very serious intellectual discourse. I don't have much time to debate on this, but then I must bring in Professor Amartya Sen, the Nobel Prize winner. He wrote a book about Indians. That what are the Indians? What is an Indian, by the way? He was talking about the modern terminology. He didn't talk about the ancient India, the Vedic Upanishad kinds of things. Of course, he doesn't believe in that as a leftist colleague. But then what he articulated is a matter to be reflected further. He wrote a book, what is called The Argumentative Indian. I'm pretty sure you must have read that. Anything, you see, I'm reminded of a Chinese proverb, because I visit quite often China, but not last quite a few years, fortunately. And otherwise, I would have been a carrier of COVID myself. So the Chinese old tradition, the Confucius tradition, tells the first sentence says, I hear, I forget. And the last sentence is, I do, therefore I learn. So therefore, friends, doing is very important. To learn, you need to do. So therefore, theory, practicum, internship. What Professor Amartya Sen said, that in the argumentative Indian, that we guys are so great in argument, nobody can beat us in argument internationally. But when it comes down to putting something into practice, we can argue how to put into practice, but we'll never put into practice. We'll never practice it. But we can argue the case very seriously. We are best at best. So therefore, I think the Chinese proverb reminds us, and internationally many are into the Chinese proverb, that I do, therefore I learn. So we must do practice to learn ourselves. After all, what is learning, by the way? You can define your own teaching, but let me define learning. What do you think that the learning is all about? Learning for me is nothing but a practice in context and experiencing through practice in context. That is my learning. We live in a community of practice because our schools, colleges, and universities have been far away from the reality, which is called a community of practice, our society, culture, and so on and so forth. So if I do not know how to implement, how to practice in my own context, in my own village, in my own family, in my own neighborhood, in my own job, and so on and so forth, what is learning, by the way? So learning is doing something practically and experiencing through practice. That's what learning is all about. And that practice is the community of practice. Wherever I am, I can practice that. I do not need a laboratory to practice that, because my community, my society is the best laboratory that is available to me. So friends, let me proceed a little quickly.
Sir, can I just interrupt for a moment, sir? Sir, people who are watching this on the YouTube channel, they cannot view the presentation properly. Can you please maximize the screen, sir?
This is maximum from my side, by the way.
Okay, sir. Okay, actually we are trying to pin the screen, but it's not just possible. So people are finding it a bit hazy.
Because my laptop is showing full screen, so even I'm not visible. So
no, sir, you are visible here. We can see you. Anyway, sir, please carry on. Sorry for the interruptions.
So I think the regulator, the UGC, which is going to drastically change very soon. We will have a different kind of regulation system, including UGC, ICT, NCT. Hopefully they will be dismantled. So a new system is going to come up. But for the time being, whosoever is the regulator is talking about outcome-based learning. Please read the UGC regulation on outcome-based learning. It talks about graduate attributes. Please also read the UGC document, regulation on graduate attributes. Engagement in practice in context, I talked about that. We are talking about the evidence-based teaching and learning. That's what when a ranking system started with national ranking framework, or even the NAAC team, when they visit, what they look forward to is evidence. Of course, the NAAC is going to expand, and the NAAC strategy has to drastically change because it talks about product. and input, it doesn't talk about process, because the process transformation quality will lead to quality of teaching and learning, more especially learning. So we need evidence. We as teachers, we generally are not habituated to keep evidence with us, but we need evidence in our curriculum, teaching, learning resources, technology, assessment, activities, and so on and so forth. So therefore, teaching, research, and employability, that's the combination. That's what we are going to have in a new curriculum design for tomorrow. So friends, irrespective of whether you are teaching face-to-face, distance, online, or blended, what is coming up is that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 types of tasks that we do generally. We must design how to transmit, including your lecture in the classroom. We must design an interaction, including an online interaction, which is very much possible, more than possible than the classroom. We must talk about collaboration. In my definition of blended learning, I talked about an online collaborative strategy, which is working very well. There are platforms available. We need to develop skills of teaching and learning, by the way. We must design for reflection, because it is a reflection which is contributing to quality of learning, higher order metacognitive learning. It's a reflection only. In our traditional ancient terminology, we will talk about reflection, and beyond reflection, we'll talk about intuition, and so on and so forth. And Sri Aurobindo talked about an integral philosophy, integral yoga, and especially free progress system of education. He talked about a kind of intuitive or learning at the higher order, which is called a consciousness, higher consciousness. And he says that if there is God, of course there is God, and we are creation of God, of course we are creation of God. Then he says, for practical argument's sake, it's not a simple theoretical argument or a practical argument. If there is a God, we are creation of God, we have the ability to become God, period. Think about it. If there is a God and we are creation of God, we have the ability to be God. That's what he tried for. This is what is called an integral supraconsciousness transformation and integral yoga, that how we transform ourselves to be God. And he will ask the question, if tomorrow everybody will become God, what will happen? No, you see, we have in Indian philosophy, you talk about revolution, which has been happening, including American War of Independence, our independence in India, struggle, and so on and so forth. We have also what is called evolution, the Darwin theory, and our Indian philosophy talks about involution. This is a very higher order than revolution and evolution. That's what involution, Swami Vivekananda and Sri Aurobindo talked about, is that involution, and many ancient sages have been talking about this. This is our Indian culture, involution. And if there is an involution, there is no question that if everybody becomes God, and what will happen? There will be only gods available on this earth. Very good, that we will all be gods on this earth. Then by the time the things will change, because they say when the aliens are coming, then I said if aliens are coming, aliens are looking actually physically so dirty, actually so ugly. What will happen to beauty contests, beauty pageants in the future? The aliens will be contesting beauty contests, taking part. What will happen to them? The concept and definition of beauty might have changed by that time. The kind of concept that we have today would have drastically changed. So therefore, friends, this is just for argument's sake, but we have not seen the future. Who has seen tomorrow? Neither you nor myself. So we can only predict future tomorrow, because nobody has seen tomorrow, by the way. So therefore, we are ending up what is called an assimilation, that this is not happening. We are reproducing. We are not assimilating and transforming ourselves, our own identity, our own cognitive structure, our own personality, and so on and so forth. Let me proceed a little fast because I have quite a few things to present. So for friends, in curriculum design and transaction, I have already talked about, I'll just give a few examples of these: graduate attributes, learning outcomes, the existing learning experiences, modular credit-based, mediated teaching learning, including your 21st century skills and technology, resources, or your teaching, your teachers lecturing, and all kinds of things are here, authentic tasks, and finally, there is an authentic rubric that we need to do. Can we therefore design whatever you are teaching, a module, a course, a paper, a certificate, diploma, degree program, into this formulation? Can you jot it down for everybody to see, including students to see? Because when I was teaching a Fulbright in a semester, I was told when I was starting teaching a 2.5 hours class, after 10 minutes, a senior citizen got up in the class. He said, "Prof, you are doing very fine. You are speaking very good English. But then it's all bullshit." I said, "Why it's a bullshit?" He said, "Look, Prof, we have a tradition, American tradition. That's what I learned over there. We have an American tradition that you would be only talking about whatever you have done yourself or you have applied. Otherwise, you will be committing a plagiarism, which is a criminal offense. And in fact, the University Grants Commission talks about plagiarism as a criminal offense. And also he says that unless you put into practice, in authentic practice, that what is the fun talking about that?" So therefore, what I learned is that whatever we discuss and talk, we must carry that forward into practice. So therefore, he says that the students are the biggest stakeholder in teaching and learning. You teachers, vice chancellors, professors, principals, ministers, you do your business, but we students are the biggest stakeholder. You are doing business for us. So therefore, you need to make everything transparent for us. And in the American context, everything is transparent because the students must know what you are doing, why you are doing, how you are doing, and with what consequence you will be doing that. And exactly you will proceed. There might be flexibility in the path, but then you will need to define and categorically do this. And this is the crux of the story, friends. So therefore, what I'm simply emphasizing are 4 things. If you could do that. We do a curriculum mapping, not in the board of studies, a few professors sitting and deciding. A few professors do not have the right to decide the whole lot of people like called students by sitting in a curriculum committee and doing their business. This is for me a criminal offense. This has to be corroborated with many exercises to translate that into a good curriculum. So I would not say what I repeated, but if there is a discussion, I can join debates with you. So we need to define a curriculum through a curriculum mapping. That needs to be translated into graduate attributes and learning outcomes. Learning outcome is not a bad word. Even creativity, innovation is a learning outcome. So therefore, can we do that? Once you do that, can you design varieties of activities where you will achieve your learning outcome as an evidence that you can show that, yes, if this is the learning outcome, you talked about creativity, here is an activity that I have done which expresses or translates that creativity into action. And therefore, our assessment strategy has to drastically change insofar as the formulation I just talked about. So friends, very quickly, that if you do an academic program design, a certificate, diploma, and so on and so forth, these are the factors which contribute besides the experts in the curriculum committee or the board of studies who decide actually. And therefore, we have been so limited in our design of curriculum. These are the kinds of considerations that we need to take into account in designing our curriculum. Develop a concept mapping, a program blueprint. Define that in terms of credit hours and learning outcomes, knowledge, attitude, 21st century skills, employability skills, or whatever, including your discipline skills. Design learning activities to do that. Develop resources, including your lecturing in the classroom, teaching learning strategies, formative, summative assessment, and especially the national policy talks about formative assessment. They talk about a 50-50 formulation. I talk about Britannia 50-50, by the way. So as a sense of humor. So 50-50, if you could do 60, 70, 100% internal, that will be very much appreciated, friends. So program delivery and maintenance, program evaluation, program revision. I'll talk about these little bit. So friends, now, when you look at your curriculum, you look at your undergraduate, postgraduate, diploma certificate that you are teaching. Have you categorically defined your discipline skills and competencies? The employability skills, you are not going to offer a job, but the employability skills that you need to develop. And employability skills have been well defined, including the National Skill Qualifications Framework, which is also to drastically change vis-a-vis the national education policy. Social and life skills, and especially the happiness skills. You see, we are being taught to do a job and earn money and live life happily. Well, happily within quote, I'm not sure whether we are being taught how to live happily. We are not being taught how to handle ourselves in life in good and bad situations. And this is what they would call traditionalism, emotional intelligence and kinds of things. We need to do that. Now, learning to learn skills, technology skills, self-regulated learning skills, these need to form part of your curriculum, any discipline, any subject at any level, including school that you are teaching, friends. These are the design issues that you see on your screen. All kinds of things that you see, I hope these are visible to you. You know, activity-based, authentic, reflective, situation, collaboration, social technologies, how to use that, how to ensure interaction. This is a part of the design strategy. I said this is a chaos, that you need to design chaos. This is what the connectivism today would say. Professor George Seaman, with whom I had a chance to give a keynote in Istanbul a few years back, he has given the theory connectivism, that how to use the social technology, social networks, and social platforms today to navigate successfully for our teaching and learning and connect to the whole world, whole problem. He brought in chaos theory and network theory. These are very established theories to define what is a connectivist learning today. Just Google and read what George Seaman talked about that. So therefore, we need to consider these in our teaching and learning very seriously. If we do that, you as a teacher, I repeat, you as a teacher, you cannot simply say that I'm an excellent teacher, I'm a creative teacher, I will do that, don't worry. Don't worry, be happy. That got the best Grammy award, by the way. Huh? Don't worry, be happy. You recall that, huh? Bill Clinton, so I'm not getting into that. So, but don't worry, be happy, they would say. No, we are worried, we are not happy. You have to categorically say that how you are doing this, so that others would also learn to do, students also know what you are doing, and you are very sure and keeping an evidence to show that you have done it. So therefore, friends, I'm just giving one example. There are many theories available to us. You could learn about that. The left-hand side is behavioristic, right-hand side is constructivist. Behaviorist would say that we must teach, they must learn, we must test that they have learned. Constructivist would say, hey, my friend, forget about this. We don't know how they are learning. So we must provide diversified, engage them learning experiences, engage them in context, and leave to them how they would like to learn. Of course, there'll be a scientific process of teaching and learning, but then it will be a very individualistic, constructivist, that the students, the learners would construct their own meaning vis-a-vis what the textbook and the teacher is talking about. Teacher has one meaning, very good. Textbook is another meaning, excellent. But the students will have their own diversified meanings and go beyond the teachers and students' meaning. That's what we are aiming at. So therefore, the left and right, there is nothing ideology in this left and right, by the way. But then this is instructivist, right is constructivist, left and abstract. All our teaching learning is abstract, by the way, but we need to make it concrete. We talk about mastery learning and strategic reproduction, but now we are talking about that we must experience that learning in context. That's what I have already talked about. Let me very quickly proceed, friends. Quite a few things that I'd like to share with you. So therefore, learning outcomes, they would say that whatever knowledge, skills, attitude that you talk about, they must be achievable. They must be translated into learning outcomes, and we could provide an evidence for that. So therefore, this is a Bloom's taxonomy translated into this form: knowledge comprehension up to creativity. And there are different ways of defining that, how you will achieve your learning outcomes, what kind of resources you need to design, and how you are going to teach, what kind of technology you are going to take help, and what kind of activity that you need to design to engage with, and what kind of assessment strategies that you need to design, therefore, to evaluate the students. Your choice-based credit system talks about the core courses, elective courses, foundation courses. There is a generic elective, there is a discipline elective. If we translate that into action, into credit hours, this is an undergraduate program, credit definition in the choice-based credit system. A practical theory, 1 hour credit, one credit is equivalent to 1 hour over a period of 14 weeks of teaching in a semester. In practical, it has to be double the hours. So 2 hours of practice is equivalent to 1 hour of theory in terms of credit. That's your choice-based credit system. But then a formulation that I've drawn here is that in the discipline core, you can design discipline competencies. In the elective, you can provide skills of your discipline and also interdisciplinary skills. In the generate elective, you can provide competencies from outside your discipline, the subject that you are teaching. In ability, you can talk about 21st century skills, and skill enhancement, you can talk about job-related, task-related, vocational-related, or largely macro-level professional skills. So these needs to be, this is just a presentation of the credit hours from the choice-based credit system. So friends, what we need to do, and therefore we would like to see you to do this. This is your diploma, undergraduate, postgraduate. These are your courses and modules. Then can you define for each learning outcomes? Can you translate each module into credit hours? Can you design activities that how you would like your students to engage with? Can you decide your assignments? What kind of learning resources, including your face-to-face lecturing that you are going to provide, and what is your assessment rubric for each learning outcome? Therefore, what would simply mean, let me a little push over. Therefore, what would simply mean is that we need to integrate your learning outcome, activity, assessment. Learning outcome to activity, assessment. We need to categorically show this. And therefore, let me go back a little bit where I was. So therefore, you need to do a concept mapping of your program, that how your program is going to be designed. This is a program that I did for the Commonwealth of Learning for the community workers. This is the concept mapping of the program. It will talk about the program has different broad macro concepts, micro concepts, micro concepts, the way they are relating to each other, what kind of activities could be designed, what kind of learning outcomes you would like, what kind of media inputs where you would like to bring in, and so on and so forth. And translating that into program learning outcomes, you look like this. This PowerPoint will be with you. Please go through very carefully. This is all done very practically. So there is nothing theory in this. So one of the courses is expanded as environmental education, how it should look like. And therefore, your teaching learning, your activities, your technology has to be brought in. This is the learning outcome, or these are the learning outcomes for that course. There is one unit called managerial skills within that. You can also develop learning outcomes for that unit. Based on the learning outcomes, you can develop a self-learning unit, or design your lecture, or design an activity, or design an assessment. Why all the topics should go through a lecturing process? Some of the topics can be based on activities, some could be assignments, some could be self-study, some could be deliberate discussion and debate, and some could be your own lecture within or outside the class. So the activities that you need to design, from knowledge to constructivist and creativity, different kinds. Sample I have just given. Knowledge can be a multiple choice course, test, case study for an application, an essay for an analysis, a project-based learning for creativity. I'm just very soon going to bring out a book, hopefully by Bloomsbury publisher, about project-based learning in media policy and governance. So it's an excellent work, I must say. It was supported by the Ford Foundation, that how project-based learning is facilitating higher order learning, innovative and creative skills, critical thinking. This is very important. The context of my book is about media policy and governance in the media studies, but then certainly which traditionally would call it journalism and mass communication. This is how it could be done, and there are plenty of examples that are available, case studies that are available. People have done it. They are also available for you, that you can redesign that based on what they have done. It's not that difficult. So therefore, I talked about this. So therefore, friends, your learning outcomes must have a teaching strategy, must have a learning strategy, that what you expect your students to do, must have an assessment strategy. Very simple. As I said earlier, keep it simple, stupid. Keep it simple. Don't make it complex. But can you design this? Can you give me a blueprint like this that you can do this? And if your blueprint is available, you can go ahead to do that. Nobody will question you. As professors and teachers, we simply expect this from you. The rest, the professors and teachers have full freedom and autonomy to do the way they would like to do with their own students. Nobody is going to question them. But then certainly we need this from you. And in fact, the students need this from me. The parents need this. The service, the employers need this. The accreditor needs this, and everybody needs this. Again, the programs linked to learning outcomes. What is that self-evaluation for the students that you will give? What is the formative assessment? What is the summative assessment? Very simple. Topic-wise can do this. I'll skip this example that you will go through. This example in a course from physics, that is Newton's law, gives an example that how the learning objectives outcomes were there, how the activities were designed for Newton's law, how the students were given assignments to do that, how the examples were given to prove that or exemplify Newton's law, how the self-assessment questions were given within the teaching learning context, how the assignment was designed, and finally, how the exam paper was designed. Just go through this to get some idea that this is a linkage based on one learning outcome, how this was designed. The learning outcome was Newton's law, understanding Newton's law. So therefore, friends, if we talk about assessment, something is related to performance, something is related to authentic practice in context, something is related to holistic, which is your entire personality development. We must describe that, we must develop strategies to achieve that. So therefore, our teacher-made test, right now the CBSE is arguing the case, one semester will be objective, the second semester will be SAT, what will happen this year for +2, whether you will consider grade 9, 10, 11 marks, and all kinds of things are going on. I'm pretty sure they will come out very soon with very authentic assessment strategies. But what I'm simply saying, friends, is we need to go beyond the kind of debate that we are doing. And some of the universities and some of the programs in this country have an excellent good practices, or you would call as best practices in this. We could also get hold of and learn from them. And our professional development program, including the old academic staff colleges and the human resource development centers. I was part of the committee, 3-member committee of the ministry when I was NCT chairman to approve the teaching learning centers. The teaching learning centers in TLCs, under Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya National Mission for Teachers and Teaching. The teaching learning centers' responsibility was to design pedagogy for the discipline. How different disciplines will be designing their teaching, learning, and teaching and facilitating learning. And I'm not sure how the TLCs are doing today, but then academic staff colleges or HRDCs have to drastically change. In fact, they need to close down. We need to develop new centers where professional learning will be based on the kind of little articulation that I'm doing right now. Therefore, friends, what I will submit to you, that when they say that law and management, they cannot be taught without cases. Law is taught by case, management is taught by case. Why can't your discipline be taught by case? When my son went to study public policy MSc in the University of London, they simply said, we will be providing 1 lecture per week. You have to do a lot more self-study and library study and so on and so forth and projects. And what we look forward to see is your portfolio. Portfolio is a formative and summative portfolio. At the end of the day, what even multinational companies they have a provision that we will meet you provided we are happy, satisfied with your portfolio. Portfolio is your entire learning experience over a period of time. That's very important. We must bring in case study and portfolio to our teaching learning, any discipline that we are doing. Friends, when we talk about technology, next 5 minutes or 10 minutes, I will devote and complete. I'm pretty sure I have crossed my time. But then about next 5 to 7 minutes, a little bit. When we talk about blended learning and e-learning and the Zooming and Googling and all kinds of things is going on, it's not e-learning, by the way. When we bring in an e-learning strategy, we must define the learning management system, the courseware, including open education resources, how to build interaction into that, and what could be the assessment strategy. If it is so, we need to have a technology design, pedagogy design, content design, interaction design, and organization and management design, including technology support to faculty and students. Therefore, your SWAYAM platform, which the UGC regulation says that 20% of the credit hours student can take from SWAYAM provided their academic council in college and university approve that, because they will get credit from there, and your teachers will not teach in the classroom. They will be taught by the SWAYAM. But that's all fine. It's only 20%. That simply means that even today, no face-to-face teaching is a full-time face-to-face degree. It has 20% of online component already built into that. And National Policy 2020 is trying to extend that to a blended learning context, that you as students have the freedom to get your credits from anywhere, from the credit basket, and tell us that finally a certificate, diploma, degree could be given. This is what is the flexibility, multiple entry and exit, and this is what is called integration and credit transfer. This has to be understood within the formalism. I'm pretty sure I'm discussing that. You might be getting some idea at how this integration would take place. The SWAYAM platform has 4 quadrants, which I will show you. This is an LMS. There are learning outcomes. There are video lectures, the computer tutor market assignments, discussion forum, additional resources, and learning analytics are available. Learning analytics would simply mean that how the students are doing, when they're coming, what they're studying, and all these data are available, that even after the students have done this, you can access data and see that how they have done. This is a very useful tool, including the these days Internet of Things and artificial intelligence, machine learning. The National Policy is talking about when learning analytic is an excellent tool that you can use. Your 4 quadrant that I described is this. What the kind of things that I discussed so far, you can see whether you are finding within your classroom and the online 4 quadrant approach. And therefore, I'm talking about the kind of MOOC, because the SWAYAM platform is providing with the MOOC. It's a module-based, massive open online course that is available. It is talking about an NAAC MOOC, which is based on the edX and Coursera kind of platform, which is internationally available to almost every country. But we offered a program, I will show you for a minute or two, on the Moodle platform, and they got the best award by the President of India, the then President Sri Pranab Mukherjee, awarded the best innovative program in the country. And we put the pedagogy and technology very simple. And we took the help of the Moodle platform and all the open source platforms and software and technology and networks without paying a single rupee at all. And it is possible. You can do this. And in blended learning, you could also bring that in. So therefore, this is a connectivist MOOC. I was talking about Professor George Seaman, who gave the idea of connectivism, that how a connectivist MOOC is more collaborative. It talks about open pedagogy, open educational practices. It provides more learner autonomy in personalized learning. All these are possible. And there is a huge use of social media like blog, wiki, hashtag, and so on and so forth, and which is possible. How? Let me show you. In our pedagogy, which you got the best award, there was direct instruction, virtual class. We use, of course, the Adobe Connect platform to do that for the virtual class every week. Learner-learner interaction, it was done in Google Groups as well as in discussion forum within the Moodle platform. There were authentic tasks given. In the Moodle itself, we gave a project. There are learning nuances provided to them, including face-to-face hands-on experiment, a laboratory experiment, that how this was face-to-face built into that how they will use the social or open source platform, audio, video, and the platform like Moodle to use themselves. There was a reflection on practice. Discussion forum was used for that, and self-regulation abilities were developed through e-portfolio that we did. It's a very simple pedagogy that we did, single technology. That's how possibly got the best national award so far. So therefore, we did a self-study, activities online, interaction, weekly class through Adobe Connect, face-to-face hands-on, and projects and portfolios and presentations by themselves. And they were experts. Everything was done online, by the way. What we did, friends, I will be highlighting 2 things here, that a blogging is a very powerful platform for an individual reflection. It provides a personal space. And when we go to a wiki, it provides a collaborative platform, and you do a collaborative project together. So this blogging and wiki, which is free of cost, which is available, you can design very successfully. Many countries, many good programs, including the American, British, Canadian that I'm familiar with, they have been using this very successfully. The heavy technology doesn't make any sense. Keep the technology as simple as possible. Keep the pedagogy as simple as possible. Keep the professor as simple as possible. But then increase the quality of deliberation, engagement in tasks, and so on, and collaboration. That will enhance the quality of learning. Online, because today's computing, you're almost cloud computing, including your laptop that you are sitting. It can be accessed by anybody, guaranteed. It can be accessed by anybody. You are joining in a cloud environment. And therefore, there is a cloud environment network possible, including social technology network like your Facebook and all kinds of things that are available. But what we need is a personalized learning environment. This is very important. What the students would need within that, their protected personal environment where they would do things, engage with students, and engage with teachers. It should not be visible to others. That's what is possible, and your cloud computing provides that. Your assessment strategy that we did was computer marked assignment, tutor marked, discussion forum, interaction in Google group, audio video blogs that they did in the Facebook face-to-face workshop, online presentations, e-portfolio, etc., etc. Very simple. So to conclude, friends, I would highlight by simply saying that each program needs to be evaluated at a certain cycle. We can do again a needs analysis, how the program design was done, how the delivery was, how the technology facilitated, and what was the cost effectiveness of the program, because after all, we are spending money. We need to do that. We as professors, we need to do this. We cannot leave everything. Fortunately, the national policy for the first time is talking about education as a public good, which is the greatest thing so far. We have not declared so far that education is a public good. That education has to be supported by the public authority, by the government. Education is a responsibility of the government. Though private would come in, obviously they would come in because the government cannot put in all the money. But therefore, cost analysis is becoming very important for us, whether we are government or private or anybody. We must do an impact study for our program, how the learners are doing, their satisfaction, learner satisfaction with the national policy is talking about. We can follow them up, what our graduates are doing, because these days we are talking about alumni coming back to the institution and contributing. Their placement, we can do cost analysis, course maintenance from time to time and revision, and graduate destination, and so on and so forth. We can do that. And friends, finally, to conclude, I would simply say that we teachers, we were more concerned with our own content knowledge. I think here is a time now has come. We need to engage more with pedagogic knowledge and the technology knowledge. We must know how to teach that content with the help of what pedagogy and through what technological intervention, including our own lecture and discussion debate in the classroom. And to conclude, I must say that today, if you are going blending, that our responsibility would become what you see on the screen. If at all you can see, you become a designer, a technologist, facilitator, advisor, co-learner, a researcher, instructor, assessor, mentor, manager, everything, and become a technology expert also. These are the skills that we need to develop. To conclude, my last point, the continuing professional development, including the HRDCs or so-called academic staff colleges, which have been closed down and converted into HRDCs, and I hope that they will drastically change in the future. Unfortunately, I must say that our training in technology-enabled learning today is more about learning the nuances of technology, what is Moodle, how to do that, how to technology, what is an audio, what is video, what is Zoom platform, this and that, rather than grounding in pedagogy of the discipline, which in fact should guide our technology-enabled learning design. Thank you, friends. Thank you very much. This was a brief presentation. By the way, I think I have given some idea about the kind of understanding and possibility that is going to be in future. Technology is there just to help us. Technology should not guide us anymore. We must guide the technology. Thank you.
So thank you so much. I guess, like me, all of the audience is completely enraptured by this most wonderful yet very lucid presentation. I almost felt as if this should kind of go on, but then we are dictated by the rigors of time. What you have encapsulated in this very brief span is, sir, an outstanding array of ideas, and to comment or make any observation, as keynote addresses are not really open to questions, but I'm really feeling so sorry, but I also take this opportunity for thanking you on behalf of all people in the audience. There are a number of thank you and congratulatory messages all across the Google Meet platform, as well as on the two YouTube links which we have given. And if I can actually be permitted a certain amount of levity, I would say, ye dil mange more. 1 hour can actually not do justice to this brilliant topic. Thank you so much, sir. And you started with placing the uniqueness of the child in the national education policy, and then you went on to talk about the different kinds of learning: on campus, distant, online, e-learning, blended learning, and mobile learning mode. And then you went on to talk about the self-paced and the collaborative learning systems which we have. You talked actually a lot about this journey from IQ through EQ to HQ, to the happiness quotient, and how we as teachers, we as facilitators of knowledge should remain updated and should upgrade ourselves and try and place ourselves as in the present situation, which demands not just pedagogy but also technology enabled learning. And I feel that the pandemic actually in a very quote unquote positive way has afforded this much needed boost, from where we could actually make this paradigm shift from traditional system of dissemination of knowledge to much more modern, technologically and enhanced modes of learning, sir. Sir, I really thank you. आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी है हम, sir. Thank you so much for this wonderful keynote address, which actually set the ball rolling and so well gave us this kind of a rubric of upgradation of this in the teaching learning methods. So thank you so much for being with us. We can now, with your permission, move to the next lecture. And it's my proud privilege to welcome our chief guest, Professor Dr. Bashop Choudhury, sir, who will be delivering the chief guest's address. And as most of us here know, Professor Bashop Choudhury, sir, doesn't really need any introduction. But then as donning the moderator's hat actually has its many attractions as well. And just a very quick recapitulation of the entirely eventful and enlightening life of Sir Bashop Choudhury for you all, my dear friends. Our dear Dr. Professor Bashop Choudhury is a chemical engineer by profession who did his BTech in chemical engineering from the University of Calcutta. He completed his PhD from UDCT, now ICT Mumbai, and on completion of master's course, he worked there. Prior to that, he did his BSc with honors in chemistry from the Ramakrishna Mission Vidya Mandir, Belur Math. Subsequently, he did his postdoctorate in the University of Groningen, the Netherlands, where he was offered the job of a lecturer, but he had to return home and joined the Department of Chemical Engineering, where he got the job without appearing for the interview on the merit of his credentials. He has served the University of Calcutta for as the registrar, and subsequently as the Vice Chancellor of the West Bengal State University, which he served with great glory and aplomb for about 5.5 years. Presently, he is the principal of the Heritage Institute of Technology, Kolkata, and the Senior Director of Education, Kalyan Bharati Trust. Our Bashop Chaudhary sir has worked in the petrochemical industry in Mumbai for 2 years and had distinction as an R&D manager. He was in the Indian National Science Academy, the Korean Science and Engineering Foundation Fellow in the Chungbuk National University, South Korea. He was also the Fulbright Nehru grantee for academic administration and visited a number of US universities in the year 2011. Sir is interested in creative writing too and has written for various national and international newspapers and journals. Some of his research is also available on Google and ResearchGate for all of us to read. Without further ado, sir, I welcome you to this one-day national webinar and invite you to deliver the chief guest address, please. Professor Bashop Chaudhary, sir.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It was a fantastic lecture by Professor Santosh Panda. I was going through that and I was listening to that, and I found that the most important points that needed to be talked about have been talked about. It has made life easy for the chief guest. Usually the chief guest says something very interesting. Whatever I was supposed to say, all have been said by my previous speaker. So I do not have much to say. I just want to say thank you to all. So that is basically my role today. But the point is, we should never move away from the ground reality. The ground reality is a very difficult thing to remove. People will say that that ground reality is a ground for shying away from responsibilities. Ground reality is basically an idea that is being used nowadays by many people to just justify that the changes that are coming to higher education will not be possible to be implemented in the next 5 years or 10 years. We are hearing about national education policy. We are hearing about many things. Some of the points that have come to my idea and based on my experience, the most important thing is most students in our colleges are first generation learners. In my university where I was working, I found the maid servants, children coming to the university. In your institution also, you find perhaps many first generation learners. These people do not understand what higher education is all about. So the foundation course that is necessary, that foundation course is simply not present in our institutions. Most of the people do not know what needs to be done in colleges. I mean, students. I'm not talking about teachers now. Students. They come to colleges and they think that it is just an extension of the school. Professor Panda was talking about self-learning. Professor Panda was talking about learning, experiential learning, and those are all very important from today's perspective, from today's point of view, because the project-based learning or the activity-based learning, they are the learning where you do and you learn. What is experiential learning? Basically, you do and you learn. It was Swami Vivekananda who said long back, when you are learning, you must involve your head, your heart, and your hands. Unless you involve all your faculties, and the more faculties you involve, the more knowledge you will gain out of a subject, right? If you just study, if you just listen to, you are using your ears and your intellect. If you see, you are also visually trying to understand what is happening before you. If you do with your own hands, you try to mimic what is happening in the actual subject and you try to understand. You are assembling certain things, you are disassembling certain things, you are making products out of certain materials, you are seeing what new things can be developed. So that is basically experiential learning that needs to be done. Experiential learning. People are talking about experiential learning these days. They're very important. Now, as I understand, this particular seminar or this particular webinar is for preparation of NAAC. I do not know whether Maheshtala College has undergone the NAAC process in the last 5 years or 10 years or so. Is it the first time that Maheshtala College is going to the NAAC accreditation? Madam Principal, is it the first time that Maheshtala College is going to NAAC accreditation? Dr. Rumpa Dash?
Sir, actually, she's getting a phone call.
Sir,
Okay.
This is the second time, actually, sir.
Okay, fine. So basically, you are going to the second cycle of accreditation. When you are going to second cycle of accreditation, all of you are aware of the 7 points that you need to do. I mean, I am asking the audience, kindly let me know. All of you are aware of the 7 points, 7 criteria on which you will be assessed.
Sir, we had a lot of orientations towards it when we went for the second cycle of orientation way back in 2016, and we had a number of workshops for it. And for the third cycle also, we have started preparing and divided different teachers into groups.
Okay.
7 groups.
Okay, madam. So basically, it is the third cycle, not the second cycle, right?
No, sir, we are going in for the third cycle this time.
The first thing that you will start with is, what are the comments of the NAAC peer team at the end of the second cycle? What did they tell you? That is the first thing. That is the first thing on the basis of which you will proceed and you will prepare your documents. Remember that earlier people used to come to your institute and used to see all the documents and everything, physically, and they will give you a mark. Right? What is the difference today? The difference today is that 70% of your score will be determined by the amount of information that you put on your script. Right? Correct? Are you all aware?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 70% of your material will go online, and you will also upload whatever you are putting online for public scrutiny. Is it okay?
Right, sir.
Okay. So just one of you say that, you are just, what I am saying, you are understanding. So what is the difference between last NAAC and this NAAC? Last NAAC was more physical or completely physical. This NAAC is more digital and much less physical. The next NAAC will be completely digital and will be nothing physical. Now, let me ask you a question. What subjects do you have? Maybe you have physics department, right? Do you have department of physics?
Yes,
or no? Yes. Immediately, I want to know, at this moment, through the GPS system, I want to enter into your physics lab and see what kind of experiments you are doing. Is it possible, or it is not possible? Just say yes or no, ma'am. Ma'am, just say yes or no. No point. We are just discussing.
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is possible that you will go through GPS. You can immediately.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. You have done a great job. Suppose some teacher is taking a class. Now I am asking a difficult question. Some teacher is taking a class, and that class is being monitored word by word by the external agency. Is it possible or it is not possible?
Sir, not possible right now for all departments, sir.
It is not possible. It is not possible. It is not possible from many points of from many directions, and I will not go into that. You know the directions. You know why it is not possible. Is it possible to get the reactions of the students out of your lecture at the end of every lecture?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Every lecture.
Yes, sir. We have our lectures on the Google Classroom.
No,
So-
that's fine. That's not Google Classroom. I mean, I am talking about the feedback of the students. Are you taking the feedback?
So not after every classes.
Not after every class. Okay. So the point is, see, if you go by this manner and if you have heard the lecture of Professor Santosh Panda, you will quickly understand where we are lacking and where we are not lacking. What are the different points that you would like to see? Let me go to my slides and let me try to see whether I can get to my slides. Just 1 minute. Just one. I'm just trying to go to my slides. Can you see the slides?
No, sir.
Cannot see.
Sir, should I resist?
No, do I send you the slides?
Sir, you can do it. You have to open the presentation first, and then you come to the screen. If you can see a raised hand icon at the bottom of the screen, sir, can you see?
Okay.
Right, sir. Just to its right, you see another button which has an arrow option.
Yeah, you. Yeah.
Just sir, just below you have an arrow option. Just click it, sir.
Yeah. Entire screen.
And no, sir, just opt for one window.
Opt for. Can you see now?
Not yet, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're seeing, right?
Yes, sir. Can you, sir, please enlarge it for the full screen?
I'm doing it.
Right. So you can also click on that. Yes.
Can you see now?
Yeah. Not the entire one, sir. Actually, people here in Gmeet we can see, but a lot of people are watching on the YouTube channel. So,
But it is a full screen that is coming now.
Sir,
Okay,
please
sir.
start the slideshow. Shormila here.
Yeah, it is the full screen now on my computer.
But I
Okay,
think
sir.
so if you start the slideshow, we'll be able to see.
I
clearly.
think it will be able to see. Right, sir.
Can you see now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So these are some of the points where you will be evaluated, right? Curricular aspects, teaching, learning and evaluation, research, consultancy and extension, infrastructure and learning resources, student support and progression, governance, leadership and management, innovations and best practices. Let me tell you, come here, governance and leadership and management.
Sir, sorry to interrupt, sir. Can you please press F5? And we are still in the first slide. We have not moved to the second one. You were talking possibly about the second one, sir?
Yeah, it is the second one. You cannot see.
No, sir. Only the first slide is seen.
Meet Google.com is sharing a window. It is.
No, sir. You have to click on the enter button so as you can come to the next one.
Yeah, fine. I mean, I have already done that.
But only the first slide is visible, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Just you need to click on the slideshow.
Yeah, go to slide. I am doing
Slideshow. Go to slideshow. Then click on the beginning of the current slide.
Madam, if I may interrupt, shall I say something?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
Sir, you are presenting the window, so you need to just change that to the entire presentation. You are just clicking on a single window, so
Let me
just
then
presentation, but
then I have to then I have to go out, right?
You have to stop presenting and go out.
Yeah.
But it can be done on the other way also, through the window also. Yes, now it can be seen.
Yes, sir. Now it's visible.
Yeah. Is
Yes,
it?
it's
Yes.
visible, sir. Yes, okay. All okay, sir. Yep.
It is okay.
Yes, sir. All okay.
Okay. I do not know why this snag happened. Now, let me come to the first point. You know, I am not talking about curricular aspects. What will you do with curricular aspects, madam? You are an affiliated college. Where from do you get your curriculum?
So the curriculum is designed by the University of Calcutta.
Perfectly all right. When was it last revised?
Sir, a few years ago when we went to the CBCS.
So these are information, madam. These are information, madam, that you have with you. All the teachers are having that in their particular subjects. When the board of studies met, when the final decision was taken, when it was placed before the approval body of the institution, and how the things came to you. What are the different circulars that you are receiving? So this part is known to you, and you do not have much to do over here, right?
Absolutely, sir.
Right? Am I correct on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
What is the number of curricular, what is the total score that is given for these curricular aspects for affiliated college? See over here.
Our IQAC coordinator is here. I guess she should.
No, here. See over here and over here on the slide.
So we are still on the second slide.
Yeah, still on the second slide.
Yes, sir.
This one?
Yeah, we can see.
What is the maximum marks?
100 marks.
So for curricular aspects for affiliated colleges, 100 is the score that will be assigned for your curricular aspects.
Okay.
Okay. The key aspects to consider while complying with this criteria are curriculum design and development, curriculum planning and implementation, academic flexibility, curriculum enrichment, and feedback system. Now, madam, I am asking everyone, and I am requesting all of you to, any one of you can answer, no problem. But let us make this interactive, because any class, if it becomes interactive, it becomes easy. Curriculum design and development, you do not have much to do. Curriculum has been done by the university. Curriculum planning and implementation, the college has a role to do. How will you teach the students? What portion of the course or what portion of the curriculum will be given on online form, on online system? What portion of the curriculum will be given on offline system? How much activity can you incorporate in order that the student can understand? Academic flexibility, can you do anything on that?
No, sir.
You can, if you suppose some student is falling sick, cannot come to the institute, or so poor that cannot study in the afternoon or during the time the college is open. What can you do on academic flexibility?
So there is a very limited scope for the colleges.
If possible, the teacher can send some courier over there to the student's house. The teacher may go and see how the student is doing. The teacher may teach by going to his house. Very difficult. extremely difficult. But if you can do, you will get a good score on this academic flexibility. What can you do on curriculum enrichment? You do not have much to do on curriculum enrichment. You can only send a letter that these are some of the things that can be put into the curriculum, right? So the principal may send a letter, or the teacher may send a letter to the principal that the philosophy course is having this thing, English is having this particular subject, and we want the subject to be more like involved. We want new authors to come into the curricula and things like that. We want English, American literature to be taught to the students. So those things can come as curriculum enrichment. Feedback system. What can you take? Feedback means basically these teachers are discussing with themselves, the students are discussing with the teachers, and they are all documented. Do you maintain diary, madam? I mean, I am asking all the teachers. Do you maintain diary for day-to-day activity?
Maintained by our personal diary, sir.
No, personal diary, fine. Do you maintain, you are taking class from 10 to 11, you found the story, I mean, the lecture was greatly appreciated, the students could understand, you discussed with them some of the things. Is it possible, I mean, to maintain that kind of diary for all of you?
No, sir.
If you can, madam, because the objective from Professor Santosh Panda's lecture, you must have understood by now that we are gradually going to personalized teaching. And this personalized teaching, National Education Policy is now calling 40% will be through online and 60% will be through offline. Right? So now the point is coming to, I mean, the onus is coming, the responsibility is coming to all of us, that we have to reach the students in all possible ways. That question is basically experiential learning. Suppose some student is madam, please listen to me. The point is coming experiential learning. Suppose someone is reading a poem of Wordsworth, and Wordsworth is describing nature. Is it possible for you to arrange a field trip on a moonlit night? Suppose a moonlit night is the given, and the forest and other things have been described. Can you take students to a field trip on one evening, moonlit night, and give them the experience and talk about the poetry and teach them in that manner? If not, is it possible to videograph this kind of thing? In the background, there will be the poem will be read out, and the essential points of the poem will gradually come. And you are teaching the students, and you are telling, your background voice will come. See the beautiful, the moon shines in the. I mean, I'm just taking from my mind. Nothing is all from imagination. So can you do that? Or
I try to do that sometimes in my classroom by giving pictures and videos and all. But I don't think it's possible always, sir. Not always.
Perfectly, madam. I am not saying that these are all possible. I am just saying, madam, how is it is possible to enhance our ambit towards teaching and research and towards teaching and learning process? If you ask me, have you done it? You can ask me, when you teach in the class, has it been possible for you to do all these? My answer will be plain and simple: no, I have not been able to do it. I did not do it. I did not have to do it. But the days are becoming more and more difficult. It is very difficult to get funding. It is very difficult to get students. It is very difficult to motivate students. So the problem is, these questions are now coming. We are in a regime where we are continuously being tested for our competence and efficiency. So now you understand, that now colleges, Maheshtala College and a college in Kolkata at the College Street, is it possible to match Maheshtala College and Ladies Ram College, Delhi? Is it possible to match? But we are doing that. Because these criteria, madam, these criteria are basically the same criteria on which the Indian institutions all over the country are being evaluated. So when you are getting B or B plus or B minus or whatever, you are getting on the basis of the actual things that are existing in your classroom or in your institution. No one will understand you are getting first generation learners. People will say, what are you doing to improve their ability to learn? Because it is necessary, it is the onus, it is the responsibility of the teachers to improve the lot of the first generation learner. That is what your mandate is. So perhaps you are understanding what I want to mean by these slides. I mean, these slides are nothing. These slides are available on internet. So I am not saying anything new. My question is, how can you innovate and how can you motivate students? How can you teach them the importance of the subject of English, the importance of the subject of poetry, the importance of the subject of an essay, the importance of the entire curricula, and how the entire curricula can become enmeshed totally. I remember one teacher who used to teach in Bombay University. Very good teacher, died in Paris airport at the age of 40. The way he used to teach, and I used to mimic his teaching, mimic in the sense that the way he used to teach. In the first lecture, he will come and say what he will teach. In the second lecture, he will say for 5 minutes what he did in the last lecture. In the second lecture, he will say what he did in the first 2 lectures. In the third lecture, in this manner, he will go and gradually he will proceed. And the final lecture used to be the best. That what I have told you and how the whole thing comes and how the whole thing fits. So, madam, all of these are you are not only doing, you are also keeping record. Unless you keep record, you cannot upload anything. So perhaps some of you are doing this teaching. Already you are doing. It is not that one Bashab Chaudhary will come and speak. You are doing. Some of you are very great teachers. Always, otherwise the college cannot survive. Maybe Dr. Rumpa Das is doing a very good job, or other teachers are doing very good jobs. Otherwise, the college cannot survive. Point is, many times we are not keeping records. That is why I am talking about personal diary. Kindly, if you can start this, that the teachers of my college are keeping a diary and maintaining this academic progress of their academic progress throughout the year, then it will be an example for the country. It has not been done anywhere in the country. Give diary and what teachers are doing, class tests are being taken, students are coming. It is just academic diary, where even who can draw the face of a student who could not eat during the day, that will also be sketched, and that is the personalized story that will come out of the diary. So let me go to the next slide. Can you see, madam?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is the marks for teaching learning evaluation for affiliated colleges?
It's 350.
350 compared to 200 for universities. Because the mandate of universities is to do more research. For affiliated colleges, it is 350. Very, very important. The criterion addresses the regular academic activities of the institution. Kotogulo class apnar hoyeche. How many classes have you taken? Whether you have taken 90% of the classes allotted in the routine. What is the routine? How is the routine formed? Whether there is a routine committee. Whether the routine committee takes into account the problems and the difficulties of a particular teacher. Many, the persons may have disease, the person may have other engagement, the person may have other occupation. How are you taking those into account, recording them, making routine in them? The teaching learning processes, students' results, desired outcomes. What is the desired outcomes? How can you do desired outcomes? So many people are being sent to college, to the final examination, right? So many people are, maybe 100 students are going for final examination. Out of 100 students in the final examination, 80 are passing with a very good grade. Not many are passing with a lot of good grades, and there is analysis of these results in the class and in the principal's room. And after analysis, people are saying that, first generation learner, it is not possible. He has done the maximum. He has achieved the maximum. We have done a lot for him or her. So desired outcomes are being done that way. And all these, madam, will be recorded. It will not only be done, it has to be recorded, because from this record, you will go to the next year. From this record, you will go to the future of the academics. As the first criteria deals with a what in learning, this one assesses the how the learning happens. এইখানে আপনার অ্যাক্টিভিটির ব্যাপারটা আসবে, এইখানে আপনার প্রজেক্ট বেসড লার্নিং আসবে, এইখানে হাউ ইউ আর টিচিং দ্য স্টুডেন্টস আসবে। কোনো ছাত্র বুঝতে পারছে না, দে আর নট ইন এ পজিশন টু আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ড হোয়াট ইট ইজ, দে ক্যানট আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ড বিকজ নট ভেরি গুড ইন আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ডিং, তাকে আপনি কি করে শেখাবেন সেটা আসবে। এবং ইভ্যালুয়েশন অ্যাসেসমেন্ট প্র্যাকটিসেস, অনেকে কম্পিউটার খুলতেই জানে না, অনেকে cannot, do not know how to fill in Google form. So you are teaching them evaluation process. This is multiple choice questions. This is objective question. This is subjective question. Multiple choice questions need to be done. You have to do some amount of calculation or some amount of exercise in order to answer before you put A or B or C or D. So some of the things are knowledge based. So your question pattern will also be important, madam. How? Your question will be 30% knowledge, 40% thinking, 30% thinking plus knowledge plus more than that, maybe outside the syllabus. Now, outside the syllabus, you cannot go because you are not designing your syllabus. But you can definitely spar the thinking. The other day, one of our friends was asking me that why a rickshaw puller earns 400 rupees per day, and why a particular person is earning 2 lakhs rupees per day. What is the problem? What is the difference? The difference is that one is using the body only, the other is using the mind. All of us are using the mind. And you must teach your student how to use his or her mind in order that he can understand and appreciate what you are teaching him or her. So this mind, development, that is a part of teaching. Then he can experience on his own. He can sense on his own. Am I becoming clear, madam? Am I becoming in any way? Am I saying that something that you are not understanding or you are not agreeing?
No, sir.
Yeah.
So,
kindly. So the point is, various evaluation and assessment practices. You have to give them essay type answers. Write about this. I am teaching physics. Okay, I'll give you a tough problem and solve the problem. Okay, I'm teaching chemistry. I will give you a very I give you an equation, and I will try to ask you whether you are understanding the chemical equation. What is it actually? A chemical equation is basically something abstract. What does it say? So try to understand that. How can you modify the equation? How can you? Is there any similar equation existing in the literature? What is the name of the book? Most of the people I have seen, madam, all of you will also agree. In today's world, many students do not know the name of the book, name of the textbook that they study. Have you seen this? Ask them, what is the textbook? Who is the author? And in many interviews, people cannot say what is the recent textbook, a good textbook, and the name of the author of that particular textbook. People do not know. So that is basically the disconnect that is taking place. And that is what we need to bridge the gap. And why it is becoming more and more difficult? Because already 26% of students are in the enrollment, gross enrollment ratio. You are trying to bring a large number of Indians into the education net. You are trying to bring the Indians to the education net, those Indians who are not at all involved in education at all. So that is basically the difficulty. That is where we are in a difficult situation. That is why the job of teaching is becoming so very difficult. Now, coming to the point, yeah, here you have 350 points and you have to score good number in order that you can really get good grade in NAAC. Let me go to the next slide. It is continued. You have to do these things: student enrollment and profile. Madam Principal will have a lot of work to do over here. Student enrollment and profile. How many seats? How many students have applied? What is the procedure for enrollment? The government has given a procedure. The university has given a procedure. You have all the data over here, the relevant orders. Student enrollment related order, sanctioned seats. University has done your inspection, the report from the IC, and all these will come over here, student enrollment and profile. Catering student diversity, whether any student is there who is differently able, physically handicapped, we do not say that, differently able. Whether lady students are coming, whether minorities are coming in large numbers. In 2018, how many minority students came? In 2019, whether there has been an increase in that or not. So these are all catering student diversity. And whether you have the gender related issues, like people will talk about also those who are we live in a democratic society today, and people will also live that it is not only male female, it is also something like some other community. They will also come, whether you are having any such student. If you have such student, do you have proper toilet for them, madam? See how the questions are coming. You are catering to student diversity. Do we have toilet for neither male nor female? Because if they go somewhere, they will be taunted. So you cannot allow that as a responsible citizen of this country. Then comes teaching learning process. What is the teaching learning process? UGC has said that 40% of teaching will be online. Maybe you are not doing 40%, you are doing 20%. How many classrooms are there where there are projectors? How many classrooms are there where there are computers? How many classrooms are there where you can monitor from outside? You may sit in your house. You may from your house you can conduct the class. And the teaching learning process, how can you involve the students in the teaching learning process? All these you won't have to say, madam. You have to write in your diary, and you have to give those diary to the principal, and not only that, you have to keep record. Teacher quality. Teachers are coming from West Bengal College Service Commission. So teacher quality is being maintained by them, and you are getting them. You will write that. You will write the policy of the government about the teachers. So that part is done. Evaluation process and reforms. This is being done by the university. Evaluation process is given to you, but in order to make students final examination ready, you do many different things, and they also must be recorded. Evaluation process. You are giving them questions. You are giving them projects. You are giving them various other things. You are doing wall magazine. You are telling them to write on a particular subject. You are giving them incentive by conducting different activity clubs, if possible, and things like that. Student performance and learning outcome. What is your learning outcome, madam? Student performance is coming from university examination. So every year your students are going into university examination, and the students are coming with so many first class, so many second class, and so many things. Their learning outcomes. They are going to different postgraduate institutions. Some of them are going to jobs, and you have a great amount of data in your office in order to prove that you are connected to 70 or 80% of your students. Madam, I am becoming clear. Principal, madam.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir.
Yeah, if there is any question, kindly tell me. Student performance, you are getting it from examination results.
Right.
They will be on your on your fingertips, because everything will be on your computer. And learning outcomes, how many students have been in masters? They are going to masters. How many students are going out of the state? How many students are going to jobs? What kind of jobs are doing? If they are doing jobs, median salary, that question will be asked now. What salary they are getting after graduation? Are they making 20,000 rupees per month, 30,000 rupees per month? They will come from here. If you say that your students are really going for jobs. Now, next slide. Research consultancy extension. What is the number, madam, over here?
150, sir.
150. 250 for universities, because university, the mandate is more research and consultancy. Most of our institutions are doing badly in this. Why? This criterion, as the name suggests, is about the academic research, extended consultancy services from the side of institution towards the industry and the field of study, and extension, which is the outreach of the institution towards the society, addressing various real-life problems, finding solutions, and other extracurricular activities to improve the overall quality of the institution. These are all given in the NAAC document. I am not saying anything new. Point is, how will you determine whether their academic research and of proper standard? Now, when you upload your data, let me tell you, you are saying that I am doing research, I am publishing papers. Fine. These papers will be, the quality of these papers will be determined by two third parties. দুটো থার্ড পার্টি, তারা আপনার এই কাগজগুলোকে ইভ্যালুয়েট করবে। So if you say my research is good, they will take data from Scopus, they will take data from Web of Science, they will take data from Oxford books or things like that. So if you publish in an ordinary journal, maybe you have published, but that data will not come into your count. Am I clear, madam?
Yes, sir.
Consultancy services, very difficult for university departments. And you are a college, I understand your situation. Consultancy services, what kind of consultancy can you give? If you have a psychology department, some of your teachers can give, in this COVID situation, counseling services. Yes, it is an extension service. What kind of service can be given by physics? If there is some machine or maybe some machine parts industry, how those machinery are working and what is the problem in those machine, and if any value addition can be done into that particular industry. Now, how many industries are there around your college? The question will come. How many? Yes. Just 5 minutes.
215 to 230. I think there would be a downtime. We will switch off the routers.
Will you say to after? It is. Will you say after 2:30? Yeah. Then I can complete the lecture. Yeah. Between 2:15 and 2:30, there will be a problem with the router. So I just requested that they should do it after 2:30 so that I can complete. Okay. So this consultancy. Consultancy is basically, suppose there is I gave this idea to one of the Calcutta colleges. Just suppose that there are some telebhajar dokan. What kind of consultancy can you give? If you boil, or rather if you put oil to high temperature again and again, the cis oil becomes trans oil. The cis isomer becomes trans isomer. And if you eat that, the trans isomer is basically bad from cancer point of view, from heart point of view. Cardiologically, it is bad. It is proved. We eat a lot of telebhaja. At least how many times that particular person uses the same oil, we can ask and we can tell him or we can tell her that, do not use the oil so many times. Consultancy. And then these are all recorded, madam. These are all recorded. What is the quality of water in the area near your college? Is it possible to get a measure of the quality of the water that you are having over there in taps and in different things? Do you see solid waste on the road? And is it possible for teachers and students together to clean the roads on certain days and tell the people around that it is a problem of the solid waste and please do not do that? Is it possible to compost the different materials that are coming out of your biodegradable material that are coming out of your college and make compost out of them? And to impress upon the NAAC that we are not allowing our waste product to go to the society, outside society. We are composting them in our campus. Madam, am I clear?
Yes, sir.
All the teachers, do you understand what I mean by this? What NAAC looks for? And whatever I am speaking, madam, whatever you are discussing, madam, everything will be recorded and documented.
Documented. Yes.
Without documentation, no point. Now let me go to the next slide, because okay, here again, key aspects of this criterion are promotion of research. How is the principal promoting research, whether someone is going to do some analysis of his sample or of our sample, whether principal is taking care and giving her leave. Resource mobilization for research, kichu taka, whether money can be kept for research. Research facility creation, whether there are instrument centers for which all for a small college it is very difficult, but still research publications and awards. Consultancy, we have discussed. Extension activities and institutional social responsibility, we have discussed. Collaborations, if I cannot do research myself, whether it is possible for me to do some research with outside people. That is collaboration, and all those collaborations will be recorded. The principal must know, otherwise we will not get points. This one is quite easy. To assess the physical and academic facilities and support system, infrastructure and learning resources. All of you know whether principal is having a room, whether there are classrooms, whether there are labs, whether there are technology facilities for physical fitness. Every college is having now gym, whether you have any doctor coming to your college every week and checks, health checkup is done. Proper and sufficient reference material, whether you have a library, proper library, whether you use ICT, in information and communication technology in your education system, and all these. What is the number, madam, over here? 100. This is for universities also, affiliated institutions also. So the infrastructure wise, university and college will not be much different. Try to understand this point. And all these will be photographed. All these will be continuous improvement. All these will be properly recorded and improvement will be shown. Eta to ami goto bochor dekhe giyechhilam. Ekই জিনিস আপনি দেখাচ্ছেন. Not that. Goto bochor eta chilo na. Last year we could not do it. We had it in mind. This year we have done it. It has been done, installed. Koto shale kora hoyechilo. Air conditioner bosheche ekhane. In which year the air conditioner? Where is the bill for this air conditioner? Even that will be shown. Right? Next. Student mentoring and support classes, foundation classes, remedial classes, we have discussed. Student progression, very, very important. Most of the institutions do not have this. Student progression. Student participation and activities, 15 August, 15th August, how many students come? 26th January, how many students come? How many students come for the Saraswati Pujo? How many students come for different activities, different celebrations? How many students do come to the Foundation Day? How is Foundation Day observed? How many activity clubs you have done? How many extracurricular activity you have organized? And this one or that one. Things like that. Student support and progression. The major field of focus for this criterion is on ensuring proper participation of students in academics and student support for the side of the institution. Mentoring, if you give scholarship to any student, very needy, so that he can pursue post-graduation in an institution. Very, very good work. that will fetch you a lot of marks. Mentoring and providing guidance. On the particular day of visit of NAAC, you call a student and he comes or she comes and says that because of this teacher I am doing postgraduate, otherwise I could not have done. She took money out of her money bag and gave me money, and that is why I am here. That matters. They will all be recorded. Everything will be recorded. And that diary will be very important. That diary will have records of your contribution as a teacher to the society at large. For universities, student support and progression is 100. Try to see the marks and try to go ahead accordingly. To comply with this criteria, the institution is student mentoring and support, what you are doing, maybe remedial class and foundation course, student progression, student participation and activities. These things are relatively easy. Progression is difficult because after 5 years or so, you lose touch with the students. Governance, leadership and management. How is governance done? Principal does it. There is a governing body. How many meetings have taken place? What are the resolutions? Whether resolutions are being followed properly, whether resolutions are being preserved properly, whether e-copy of the resolutions are on website, whether governance is being done following all the rules, statutory obligations, and also empathy. That is important. Leadership, whether the principal gives leadership, whether the heads of the departments give leadership. Leadership does not mean you do this, you do that. Leadership means something like taking together. Ekshonge cholo. Ami pechone achi. I am there. You are doing the job. What am I doing? You people are my strength. Ami ke. That part. What is the weightage? 100 is the weightage. The quality and future of the institution depends on it. Internal quality assurance, very, very important. You are having that. Faculty empowerment. Faculty will do, teach the way they want. They will be able to gather information from outside. They will go to library. They will have new information. Financial resource management. What is the amount of money? How much are you spending? How much, whether audit is regularly taking place, whether you are having clean audit and things like that. Strategy development. Where do you want this college to go 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now? So they come under this criterion. And finally, innovations and best practices. Innovations and best practices. I think the number is 100 over here. Yes. So what is this? The approach of institution towards a greener, eco-friendly campus. Most of the colleges are doing that. Energy conservation, whether you have solar powered system or not. Innovative ideas implemented in the institution where you are different. How are you different? How are you different? You are a college. By your side, there is a college maybe in Boj, maybe somewhere else, maybe South Calcutta. Maheshtala College has made a distinctive mark in the area of academics, in the area of teaching and learning process. So what is your best practice? Maybe from college fund, if you give 2 awards every year to the teachers for the humanistic services, not for, if you try to talk about academics, it will be a problem because we never try to compare ourselves. We are all great people. That is a problem. We are not great. I am not great. I can always say to you, I am not great. Madam Rumpa Das has so kindly invited me. So I am not great. I always say that. The only thing, about me, the only negative point that is said is that, this person is too humble. He does not talk much about himself. And I am like that. I do not want to talk about myself. There is no point. Because people will judge. There is no point in talking about yourself because you will be everyone. All of you are very smart people. All of you are teachers of an institutions. You have done your PhD. You are very literate. You are very educated. You are a very valuable person of this country. Because of you, there is value addition to this country. You are great. Point is, how can you bring more greatness? So what can you do? I will suggest, if Madam Rumpa Das has not thought about it, I will suggest, if possible, for humanistic services, for humanism, create 2 awards, very small, one certificate and one small, memento. It will not cost you more than 1,000 rupees or maybe maximum 2,000 rupees. So give teachers for the humanistic services. What is humanistic? There will be, entry. Teachers will put their names, and there will be a paper going from the office of the principal that those who think you have done something like, humanistic practice, because humanism was the great thing on this country. So anyone who has done this for the student, for the faculty, একজন ফ্যাকাল্টি অসুস্থ হয়ে গেল, বাংলায় বলি একটু, একজন ফ্যাকাল্টি অসুস্থ হয়ে গেল, আপনারা সবাই মিলে তার জন্য অসম্ভব করলেন, হিউম্যানিজম. You have shown, it is what is known as, fellow feeling. So Jesus said about neighbor. So you became the best neighbor possible. You became more than your relative of that particular person. And I want to recognize your good things through this. So the best practice is the college. What is your best practice? The college recognizes the humanistic service of the teachers through award, through giving award on the annual day. যেখানে ছাত্রদের প্রাইজ দিচ্ছেন, সেখানে অনেক কিছু দিচ্ছেন, সেখানে আপনি বেস্ট প্র্যাকটিসের জন্য আপনারা প্রত্যেকে kindly think about it. Madam Rumpa Das, I am giving an idea. Think about it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. The poorest person who is passing graduation and also with a good grade, all of you teachers create a fund through your own salary and give him free tuition at the postgraduate level. Maybe he is going to Calcutta University College or somewhere, not much. Create a fund and give to the student, and give that in under the best practice, because humanism is what we want. So that is what you can do through this practice, and immediately your score will increase. And what is the score for this? 100 for universities, 100 for affiliated institutions. You have to give 2 or 3 best practices. One best practice, maybe this college is very good academically and regularly holds classes, and if a student cannot come, we try to connect with the student. So this personal connect is very important. The second is humanistic service of the teachers are taken note of, and they are given special awards for this. Third is what I said. The third is the teachers have created a corpus. And every year, one student, poorest but meritorious, is given free progression, free education, so that he can progress in life. And that is what we do. Let there be competition. So these are some of the things that that you can do in order that the college improves. And you have to think about the college always. So I hope I have given what I was supposed to say. I just, I am a practical man. I do not say anything, which cannot be done in a particular college. Many things can be talked about, but the point is you have to understand the ground reality. And considering the ground reality, you have to really give shape to the policies and the practices and the ideas that are to be implemented. So considering that, if we discuss more, if we can sit together, maybe because I have always time for you on Sundays. So I can sit with the teachers, and I can think how you can really develop your materials in order that you can do good things in NAAC. So that is what it is from my side. If there is any question, I will take. If there is any question, my email is available with Madam Principal. So if there is any question, I will take those questions. And my idea is, we should really prepare our colleges for NAAC. And if you tell me that, come to the college and prepare us for NAAC, I will personally do it. I will give my labor for that. I don't mind. But there must be improvement. Every time there must be improvement.
So thank you so much for these very important directions which you have given, not just to our college for the impending NAAC preparation and visit. I think that your very constructive suggestions and your pragmatic approach will also help principals and teachers of different colleges all across India who are present here amongst us, not just in this meet, but also through the YouTube links. Our former principal, Sir Professor Somendu Sengupta, has raised his hand. He wants to present something to you, sir. So he will be saying something. I invite Professor Somendu Sengupta, sir.
আমি ওনাকে দেখে আমি ওনার নামটা দেখেই মনে হলো that old friend.
আমি অত্যন্ত আনন্দিত এবং অভিভূত যে আপনি মহেশতলা কলেজের আজকের এই ওয়েবিনারটাতে আপনি এসেছেন এবং কারণ আপনার সঙ্গে আমার কাজ করার অভিজ্ঞতা তো আছে এবং আমি যখন সিনেটের সদস্য ছিলাম ওই সময়তে যে কলকাতা বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের ন্যাক ফেস করেছিল তাতে আপনি লিডারশিপ দিয়েছিলেন, সেটা তো আমার মনে আছে, আমি দেখেছি আপনি কিভাবে উইথ ফ্লাইং কালার্স এগিয়ে নিয়ে গেছেন। কারণ আপনার থেকে ভালো কেউ হতে পারতো না এই ব্যাপারটাতে সবাইকে মোটিভেট করার জন্য। এটা মানে অত্যন্ত আনন্দের কথা মহেশতলা কলেজের সমস্ত টিচারদের কাছে, এবং আপনি যেভাবে সবাইকে সাহায্য করেন তার মধ্যে আমি তো একজন সাহায্য পাওয়া মানুষ সবকিছুতেই। কাজে আপনি যেটা বললেন যে যে কোনো সময়তেই আপনাকে যোগাযোগ করা যেতে পারে, ইউ আর অলওয়েজ হ্যান্ডি, দ্যাট ইজ very noble quality of you that I have experienced in my life. So kind of you. হ্যাঁ শরীর ঠিক আছে, শরীর ঠিক আছে, ঠিক আছে। যেটা বলার সেটা হচ্ছে যে এই টিচার্স একাডেমিক ডায়েরি কিন্তু খুব ভালো একটা ফর্মে 2001 সালে প্রথম ন্যাক হওয়ার আগে থেকেই ইন্ট্রোডিউসড হয়েছিল।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা,
ডায়েরিটা সিস্টেমটা যদি চালু থাকতো তাহলে পরে এই মানে এখন যে ডকুমেন্টেশনের ব্যাপারটা, এই ব্যাপারটা করতে কোনো অসুবিধা হতো না। আরেকটা জিনিস যেটা সেটা খুব দরকার সেটা হচ্ছে খালি প্রিন্সিপাল এবং 3-4 জন অধ্যাপক অধ্যাপিকাকে দিয়ে তো আর নেওয়া হবে না, সবাই যাতে ব্যাপারটাকে একটু হৃদয়ঙ্গম করেন এবং আপনার যে আপনি প্রেজেন্টেশনটা দিলেন সেইটাকে বুঝে তার উপর প্রশ্নাবলী যদি আপনার কাছে পাঠায় এবং আপনার সঙ্গে যদি ইন্টারেক্ট করে তাহলে মনে হয় কলেজটা ন্যাকটা করতে খুব মানে সুবিধে হবে। না হলে পরে 4-5 জন বুঝবে আর বাদ বাকি সবাই ভাববে অন্য সবাই আমার হয়ে বুঝে দেবে, তাহলে কিন্তু হবে না। এটা আমার দুটো ন্যাক করানোর অভিজ্ঞতা থেকে আমি বললাম, কিছু মনে করবেন না।
দেখুন আমরা এমন একটা ইকো হচ্ছে একটু, আমরা এমন একটা জায়গায় থাকি যেখানে আমরা একজন আরেকজনের কাছে শিখি, তাই না? এই কালচারটা যদি নষ্ট হয়ে যায় মুশকিল। আমি আমার প্রিন্সিপালের কাছ থেকে কত শিখি,
সে তো বটেই।
Thank you, Professor Somendu Sengupta, sir. Dr. Rupali Choudhury, principal of a prominent Kolkata college, she also wants to say something. Over to you, Rupali Di.
Thank you, Rumpa, and good afternoon to everybody. Sir, Professor Choudhury ke bolchi, amar na duto proshno. আপনি তো কেমিস্ট্রির পার্টটা বোঝেন, আমিও কেমিস্ট্রি টিচার। এবার আমরা IQAC থেকে ডিপার্টমেন্ট ওয়াইজ অ্যান্ড ইয়ার ওয়াইজ ছাত্রদের থেকে একটা ফিডব্যাক নিয়েছিলাম ভেরি রিসেন্টলি, 1 মাসও হয়নি, রিগার্ডিং অনলাইন ক্লাসেস। তো বিশেষ করে সায়েন্সের স্টুডেন্টরা ভীষণভাবে জানালো যে এই যে প্র্যাকটিক্যাল ক্লাস দিনের পর দিন হচ্ছে না, ওরা ভীষণ সাফার করছে, বুঝতে পারছে না সাবজেক্ট, আর ফলে মার্কসটা ভীষণ কম আসছে। এইটা 1 নম্বর একটা প্রশ্ন। সেকেন্ড প্রশ্নটা হচ্ছে যে আমি একটা শেয়ারিং ক্যাম্পাসের কলেজ থেকে আসি, তাই যে আমার কিন্তু ইনফ্রাস্ট্রাকচারের শর্টেজ কম বেশি সবসময়ই থাকে, অ্যান্ড রাইট ইন দ্য হার্ট অফ ক্যালকাটা। তো এইটাকে কি করে একটু মানে কিভাবে ইমপ্রুভ করা যায় সেটার জন্যও একটু আপনার থেকে মতামত দরকার।
ম্যাডাম প্রথমেই বলে রাখি যে এখন 2:30 বাজে, যদি যদি এখানে ওই আমাদের এখানে একটা মানে একটা সার্ভিসিং হবে কম্পিউটারের, যদি বন্ধ হয়ে যায় তাহলে আমি মোবাইল থেকে আপনার ওখানে আপনার সঙ্গে ঢুকছি আর কি। আমার বক্তব্য হচ্ছে যে কেমিস্ট্রির ল্যাব তৈরি করার ব্যাপারে কি করে করাবেন এই ব্যাপারে ভেরি রিসেন্ট কেমিক্যাল অ্যান্ড ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং নিউজ বলে একটা জার্নাল বেরোয়, সেই জার্নালে আমেরিকান কেমিক্যাল সোসাইটি, সেই আর্টিকেলটা আমি জোগাড় করতে পারিনি। সেখানে এই ভার্চুয়াল কেমিক্যাল ল্যাবের কনসেপ্টটা দিয়ে কি করে কি করা যায় সেটা তারা দিয়েছে। ডেফিনেটলি ডিফিকাল্ট, কিন্তু তারা দিয়েছে, আমার ওটা পড়া হয়নি। যদি পারেন তাহলে আপনি আমেরিকান কেমিক্যাল সোসাইটি কেমিক্যাল অ্যান্ড ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং নিউজ বললেই ওটা পাবেন। আর দ্বিতীয় হচ্ছে যে আপনার যেখানে উইকনেস আছে ওটাকে কি করে স্ট্রেংথ করে দেখানো যায় সেটা কিন্তু আপনাকে ন্যাকের কাছে দেখাতে হবে। আপনার উইকনেস, but weakness has to be written in such a manner that that is strength. Not only আপনি বলবেন আমার জায়গা কম, but at the same time you are cooperating in a different sense. So that cooperation should be reflected. ওইগুলো লেখার উপর নির্ভর করে ম্যাডাম, যে যেভাবে লিখতে পারে ওই লেখাটা ভীষণ ইম্পর্টেন্ট। এবং ওই লেখাটার জন্য যদি কোনো সময় মনে হয় আপনার, যদি আমাকে মনে পড়ে, আমি আপনাকে হেল্প করতে পারি, এটুকু বলতে পারি।
স্যার নিশ্চয়ই মনে পড়বে, দরকারও পড়বে, কেমিক্যাল বন্ডিং তো আছেই। I will get back to you later on. Thank you so much.
No problem. আপনি সুস্থ থাকুন, ভালো থাকুন।
Sir, for the information of all concerned, we have an slot for interactive session from 4 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. So if anybody is interested, we can be using that slot as well. But as of now, I wish to thank Professor Bashop Choudhury on behalf of all stakeholders of our college for this brilliant and most engaging and helpful session. I have already noted your suggestions and advices, sir, and I will get back to you shortly, and possibly you can expect some disturbance from our side on Sundays for you, sir. Me and my teachers would like to connect with you.
No problem. আর সৌমেন্দ্রকে নমস্কার জানাবেন আবার।
একদম স্যার, আমরা থাকলে পরে সৌমেন্দ্র স্যারকে নিয়েই আসবো আপনার কাছে। Thank you so much, sir. We now move on to the technical session of the day, and this technical session of the one-day national webinar on innovations in teaching, learning and sustainable development in higher educational institutions. This will be chaired by Dr. Shubir Moitro, who is the registrar of Rabindra Bharati University. Namaskar, sir. And we'll have two extremely eminent speakers, Shami Pastroganandoji Maharaj, who is the principal of Narendrapur Ramakrishna Mission Residential College, and Dr. Ruchi Tripathi, who is the assistant advisor of NAAC. So before I hand it over to our chairperson, Dr. Shubir Moitro, a very brief introduction about him. Dr. Shubir Moitro is presently working as the registrar of Rabindra Bharati University, but he is actually a bureaucrat turned academician turned academic administrator. He has worked as an assistant secretary of the Bengal National Chamber of Commerce and Industry during 1993-94, and thereafter he served in the WBCS executive for 3 years. He has worked as associate professor in economics in Heritage Chandru College from January 1997 to September 2018. He's an economist by training and has obtained his master's and PhD degree in economics from the University of Calcutta. His area of interest is higher education, its quality, financing, and employability. And he has been very vocal in the advocacy of the introduction of skill development courses in colleges for better employability, including self-employment for quite some time. His recent publications include a chapter entitled Self-Financing Courses in Public Institutions in the India Higher Education Report 2018, published by the Center for Policy Research in Higher Education. New Delhi, and he has a strong penchant for the use of ICT in higher education and is a life member of the Comparative Education Society of India and the Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata. Sir, we are extremely honored and privileged to have you in our webinar today. I welcome you, and I can also see our beloved principal of Narendrapur Ramakrishna Mission Residential College, our revered Shastroganandaji Maharaj, who has already joined this. So without much ado, it's over to you, Shubhita, for the conduct of this session, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal. Now, before starting this technical session, I would like to give a special thanks to you for organizing this event and also for inviting me to chair this session. Now, before I was starting this, as you have already said that we have already our Reverend Principal Swami Shastraganandaji, Namaskar. তাকে আমরা পেয়েছি, we are very much, I mean, and another speaker that in this session is the assistant advisor, Dr. Ruchi Tripathi. She should join within a few minutes. So before starting this particular session, I would like to just say a few things. Basically, the higher education institutions that we presently work in today, basically the kind of it began its journey. If we look at the history briefly, then we will find that the present. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Shubhita, you're audible. It's okay. Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Actually, the establishment that we call university today, that began to evolve in Europe in the late 11th century. Actually, at the beginning, that was a community of scholars. Later, it transformed into community of teachers, and its major goal shifted from the pursuit of divine truth and learning to creation or discovery of knowledge, and later it transformed to, it later extended to public service. So that is how university evolved during the last few centuries. Now, actually, in the present situation, the present kind of economic condition that we are presently in, that is a neoliberal economic status that we have presently. In the neoliberal model, university has also changed. So its commitments of the university has moved to quality assurance. Actually, this is a new focus of the university. See, with this kind of evolution, teaching learning method has also gone a sea change. From the days of Plato, whose idea of ideal study was that the students would be engrossed in a particular study for years. To at present, what we have find in the modern days, the bouquet of subjects are being offered to the students, and they are designing their own course. And teaching learning method has also changed a lot. So at present, the arrival of digital technology has also brought in significant changes in teaching learning. New technologies have come up with the possibilities of new ways of knowledge making and knowledge dissemination. So in this, practically, if we look at the today's topic, that is the teaching learning methods, the innovations in teaching learning methods and sustainable development, then we'll find that sustainable development goals, if we look at the sustainable development goals, SDGs, then you will find that in higher education institutions should play a crucial role in meeting the sustainable development challenges. The teaching functions of higher education institutions in relation to SDGs involves both the specific courses offered and the general education acquired while at HEI, Higher Education Institute. In this connection, I'd like to mention that learning new competencies may require students and staff to collaborate with the HEI, being they have to build lasting partnership for SDGs and personal competencies. In this context, I can mention the development of MOOCs, massive open online courses, which remains a platform, which is a platform for research and development, as well as teaching and learning for SDGs. So these are the new things of teaching learning, and in this particular session, we'd like to know more on this. So we'll have our learned speakers with us. So first speaker, I'd like to request the first speaker, Amit Hansakanandani, to start his, to inform us about what we can do about the innovation, to bring innovation in the world. Thank you.
Should I start now? Dr. Maitra, should I start?
Yes, yes.
Namaskar. I'm grateful to Dr. Rumpa Das, principal of our Maheshtala College, who has kindly invited me to this national level webinar. I'm also grateful to Dr. Shubir Maitra, the chairperson of this session, who has given a brief introduction on the theme of today's discussion. My namaskar and regards to all the distinguished speakers who have already spoken or will be speaking shortly. My namaskar and regards to all the participants, distinguished participants who are attending this webinar. I hope not only from this state, but from other parts of the country too. At the outset, I would like to mention that for some reason, I have little constraint in time. So I will get a very little, a short span of time. So I will try to share my experience and views on the theme you have given us today for the discussion. And that I will do within that short spell. Thereafter, I have to leave the session. Kindly excuse me for that. As I know, Dr. Tripathi will be coming, and Dr. Maitra is also there. I think they will be highlighting on the issues on a deeper and wider way. See, right from the beginning of our human civilization, especially right from the beginning of our pursuit for knowledge, be it divine or mundane, it has been found that teaching learning is a process where two stakeholders have always been required to come close, to sit face to face. It is not only for this reason that in the physical, with the physical presence, the teacher becomes able to gauge how much the learner has been able to understand, nor the matter where it is considered that the learner will be able to map his learning in accordance with the teaching of the teacher. But there was another part in teaching learning. In teaching learning, as I have told just now, there are two distinct stakeholders. One is teacher, another is learner. Should a learner only learn the academic knowledge, the bookish knowledge from the teacher? It was not thought of in that way. Like even in the ancient civilization, never perhaps. It was always thought of in this line that the direct relation between teacher and learner will enable both to understand the problems of lives, the odds of lives both are facing. The teacher, being the senior partner, the more experienced one, shares his views and experiences with the learner, who is naturally a less experienced one. Thus, the life itself of the teacher becomes a lesson to the learner, while the life of the learner becomes an inspiration to the teacher to understand the society, the culture, different cultures, different strata of the society. In fact, if you study our Vedic literature, you will find the gurus, the teachers, would invite the learners. You come, Amayantu Brahmacharina Swaha. They're offering their oblations to the sacrifice, the altar, and inviting the learners. Why? Because the inflow of the learners will make the teacher's knowledge more deep, the experience of a teacher more wide, more pragmatic. These types of experiences are recorded in different Vedic anecdotes, in different Vedic narratives. Thus, the Gurukula system started. Even in the other ancient civilizations, we found these things. However, human civilization moved on, things changed, scenario altered, new pattern of thinking, new style of living came into existence. And naturally, the dissemination of knowledge, the system of dissemination of knowledge also underwent a topsy-turvy change, especially in last 200 or 300 years. The entire human planet has witnessed how the academic institutions is being propelled by some other interest than knowledge seeking. State, politics, economics, everything, in fact, every compartment of our civilization, our existence, contributed to this change. Naturally, the transaction method, the pedagogy to change. The teaching learning system had no other way to remodel itself in such a manner so that the requirement of the day, the demand of the market, the need of the society, culture, and state are addressed to. This is in fact has raised. This is in fact this is really raising. It has raised several questions. Knowledge for knowledge's sake was a slogan in some distant past. But more the state administration, the industrialization, the relationship between different units of the society have changed. The more this teaching learning process, along with its objective, the learning objective, the learning outcome has changed. This has become more important, more focused in recent times. The process started almost 2 centuries back, more than 2 centuries back, 2 centuries back. But now, when we are going through an age, I'm not only speaking of this pandemic era. In fact, I'm going a little back, last 20 years as such. If all of you try to retrospect, you will find even a less educated parent always tries to understand anyhow that what will be the fate of their word, their child, in studying this particular course or that particular course. It is good. I'm not telling it is bad. I'm not doing any value judgment. What I want to mention that the approach has changed. The attitude towards gaining knowledge, using our wisdom has changed. In fact, we were discussing all these things. If our child, even after securing a very good score in class 12 level, opts for studying a humanities subject, we will not be pleased very much, maximum of us. Naturally, there are some but maximum of us. I have seen learned professors, eminent academicians have come and told, I want my child to be a doctor, to be an engineer. Yes, he wants. Why? Market demands. The culture demands. So you see, it can be analyzed in details. I don't have time. But what is more important to me, the entire academic structure is now being determined by several non-academic factors. You know, there is CBCS, choice-based credit system. Very good. Now there is a new pattern is being coming. LOCF, learning outcome-based curricular framework. And the teaching learning based on this curriculum is expected to be focused on creating the skill, developing the scope of employability for a learner. It's good, undoubtedly enough, that skill should be developed. At the end of the education, the employment is required. I'm not debating on these issues. But if the curriculum and the transaction method, that is teaching learning, together focuses on only this outcome, and that outcome is always related to the market, knowledge may suffer. But at the same time, we, the teachers and the learners, should not miss the point that while this teaching learning process will be harnessed, there should be clarity on the dissemination of knowledge from the teacher's standpoint, and also there should be clear acceptance of understanding from the student's bench. The teacher's podium should not remain unaware of the level of understanding of the learner, when the student's bench should not avoid the teacher in understanding the curriculum. You see, in our teaching learning today, these online courses are entering with high speed, especially the recent pandemic has taught us to become more user-friendly to the gadgets. Gadgets have not become much user-friendly, but we have become more user-friendly to them. We are using different platforms. We are using different gadgets, and naturally we are trying to accrue the best benefit from the online education. It is required. You see, the learning process cannot be limited with the four confines of an institutional classroom. You are my teacher, I am the student. You are teaching me something, but being a student of higher education, where teaching learning should always try to arouse the quest for knowledge, I, being the learner, should always try to study something more than you give me. Many times, being a teacher, I tell my student, yes, you see, I am teaching you. Just take me as a talking book. I'm a book. If you just record my class teaching, class lectures, and write it in a book and type it and print it, it will be a book. Yes. See online whether some other same type of lectures are available or not. Otherwise, the student will always look at his or her teacher. What my teacher is telling, if he or she tells 1 plus 1 is equal to 2 is right, I will tell right. If he or she tells no, 1 plus 1 is equal to 3 is right, I will tell right. Because I am only dependent on my classroom teacher. So this is not expected from a learner of higher education. A learner in higher education should widen his or her horizon of knowledge. That is expected. But at the same time, the classroom teaching cannot be 100% replaced by online teaching. As you know, recently a new method is well being conceived by our academicians, national and state academicians. What they are calling blended mode of education, blended learning, BLA, blended learning. Here, blended learning, they want to convey this message that learners must be present in the classroom. But at the same time, this online teaching cannot be disregarded. Before pandemic, we didn't bother about online education. Oh, what there are modes, oh, these are there, NPTEL is there, SWARM is there. A very less number of students or institutions, especially general degree colleges and universities. In engineering, it was there. We did not bother. Pandemic compelled us to bother. Let us take this advantage. So this blended mode, I think, if well administered, well planned and well administered, will make our learners more open to attain the knowledge. In today's world, through internet access, the knowledge of the world, the information of the world, the analysis, the cross-analysis from different parts of the world are well available with us. From the confines of the classroom, let our teachers and students travel towards the limitless knowledge horizon. Limitless knowledge horizon. That is the expectation of new world teaching learning. There should be a very balanced blending, planning and administration in this blended mode is really welcome. Our traditional classroom method should be blended with these new online knowledge resources. The traditional Gurukula will remain, but at the same time, through this internet access, they will traverse a long, long way towards the endless horizon of the knowledge, which is available now for everyone on this earth. Let us remodel our teaching learning through this plan, through this path. Thank you. Namaskar.
Namaskar. Thank you. I'm Satyagan. You have rightly said that in teaching and learning, there are mainly two stakeholders. One is teacher and the student. And ideally, the teacher and student must come first face to face, together. So in connection, there are kind of system that is invented from the very period, the curricular system.
Shubhita, I beg your pardon. Can you please raise the volume of the mic? You're not completely audible.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
yes. Thank you so much.
Yes. So, so actually, Swami Satyagananda rightly pointed out that in teaching learning, there are two stakeholders, teacher and student, and two stakeholders must know each other. So basically, two stakeholders must come face to face. That is the ideal thing. And in this connection, is referred to the system we inherited from the Vedic period, the Gurukula system. And actually, he has also said that the changes in teaching basically has whatever has happened has been due to the change in the policy of the state, also the politics and economics. It is definitely true that economics and the politics has shaped the present system of teaching. And you also mentioned the learning, the outcome-based education and the present CBC system. Basically, this is a kind of system that we are presently having the kind of, we are offering a bouquet of subjects that I mentioned in the earlier today. So he also spoke on online courses, and he has rightly pointed out that a good teacher should enhance the quest for knowledge among the students. So basically, that is the right thing. And the blended learning, he has also mentioned blended learning. Yes, a good future according to him. So he has actually covered a lot of things, starting from the Gurukula system to the current trend. Thank you, sir. So actually, I'd like to add one thing that if we look at we definitely we should try to increase the enhance the quest for knowledge among the students. But actually, if we look at the students, do we want to make them knowledgeable graduates or trained graduates? That is the present dilemma. That is, we could give them such a training which will help them find a job. So basically, if we try to enhance their quest for knowledge, that is very good. But at the same time, I think that we could give them some kind of training around, for example, a student who is graduated with history has opportunities other than that in teaching. But if we give them some additional training, that person, that particular student can himself find a job or then start a self-employment. So there is, I am thinking in this way. So I just I'd like to add this. So now I think the other speaker has she joined?
Yes,
Dr.
yes, she has already joined.
Okay. So welcome, Dr. Ruchi Tripathi. Actually, she has been working as an assistant advisor of NAAC. So I think she will be very useful in this particular session. She will give us a kind of insight into the what should be the kind of innovations that the colleges and universities should go for in teaching learning. So I hand over the mic to the new speaker, Dr. Ruchi Tripathi. Madam, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Sabirji. I'm audible?
Yes.
Okay. Let us start my PPT. I think my PPT is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, it's visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Thank you so much. Very good afternoon to one and all present here. Respected Dr. Rupa Das, Principal of the Maheshtala College, IQAC Coordinator, and all the organizing team, respected all resource person and respected participants. As you know, the National Assessment and Accreditation Council has brought a significant changes in higher education system by creating the impact on the various quality parameters of the institution. NAAC are given the direction and motivate the institution to address many of the issues through its criteria and key indicators related to the quality assessment and accreditation process, such as evaluation process, reforms, student performance, learning outcomes, promotions, research facilities, innovations, ecosystem, research publication and awards, consultancy, extension activities, collaborations, IT infrastructure, internal quality assurance system institutions, and also the values and social responsibilities, best practices and institution distinctiveness, and also the NAAC to collect evidences which is turn help to assess the quality of higher education institutions. A number of higher education institutions with A++ grade and are doing well, keeping in view the national as well as the international perspective. In view of changing scenario and the requirement of NAAC, it's revised the assessment and accreditation framework, and the new revised accreditation framework was represent an explicit paradigm shift in ICT-enabled, objective, transparent, scalable, and robust. The point of the shift are. It is a shift from the qualitative peer judgment to the data-based quantitative indicators, evaluations, and with increased objectivity and transparency towards extensive use of ICT, confirming scalability and robustness. For this, moving ahead, let us discuss about the teaching, learning, and challenges due to the COVID-19. As you all know, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the world has transferred our life to stay at home and learn from home. During this crisis, the most of the institutions has adopted to quick transition from a regular classroom to online teaching. And this is the big challenge. This is big, we can say the challenge and the innovation. We have to adopt. And also the challenge due to the lack of users' experience with fully online teaching learning tools, even in the most of technological developing world. I think I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Let us discuss about some benefits of the online teaching and learning. It's improved the performance and productivity. Obviously, the online teaching learning allows to learner to learn and train and the very quicker and easier, and also the increase the depth of understanding, retention of the course content, and it is feeling to motivate and engage, and more importantly, self-discipline. Also the cost effective. Online teaching learning removed the need for costly printed course material and on-site trainers or the instructor. Apart from this is also the save time. To save time, participation can easily update course content, manage training delivery through the LMS, while learning don't have to delay and the scheduling training. Convenience, yes, obviously the online teaching learning provides 24/7 access from any online computer, overcome busy schedule and no commuting. So these are the benefits. Apart from this, improved administration, time required, exam student work, also can do more thoroughly, ability to documents record online interaction, maximize the resource utilization. Online teaching learning could lessen the demand of limited campus infrastructure, decrease congestion on campus and parking and lots. Today we are talking about all the positive points of the online teaching learning. Outreach, this could give student option, reach new student market, appeal to current students, thus increasing the enrollment. Repetition, yes, regular classroom teaching, participants can access the content an unlimited number of the times. Interaction, online teaching learning also provide the improved students to teacher and students to student interaction, student-centric learning environment and all. Now, I'm not expending more time here in this topic. Let us move about another topic, that is the quality assurance in higher education in India. Yes, obviously, because the NAAC is known for the quality assurance and quality establishment and quality culture. If you are talking about in each institution, they have the internal quality assurance cell, IQAC cell. With the help of IQAC, what is the formation, how many members are allowed, and you all are known. This is also available on the NAAC website. With the help of quality, basically, if you're going to discuss about, we have the 4 types. We can see them in the 4 areas: self-evaluation and self-study. Obviously, the quality is sustainable is one that is assessed by the self. The how the HEI knows our strength and limitations, self-study report. For the submission of the time of the assessment and accreditation should be self-critical and reflective, and self-evaluation can be indicator of the continuous improvement. So this is the self-evaluation and self-study. Now moving ahead, the best practices and benchmarking. Yes.
Ma'am,
Yes.
can I just interrupt? We are only seeing the first slide. We have not yet gone to the second.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, ma'am. Yes.
It's okay.
Yes.
I think when I make is large, it's not going to. You are not able to see. I think it's now it is okay, right?
Absolutely okay, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for reminding me. So this is the best practice of the benchmarking. We cannot say the benchmarking is something it can be defined as a continuous systematic process for evaluating the product, services, and work process of the organization that are recognized as representing the best practices for the purpose of the organizational improvement, and also the external and internal quality monitoring. Obviously, first we discuss about the internal quality assessment. Internal quality assessment is a source refer to the policies and practices of the academic institution themselves, monitor and improve the quality of their education provision, along with the external quality assurance refer to the leading institution policies and practices whereby the quality of higher education institution and progress are assured. Apart from this, that quality is also the internal and external quality is also the framework is required for the evaluation of standard parameters of the skills, development, program enhancement, institutional network, collaboration, learning outcomes and experience, improve the coursework, syllabus, workshop, curriculum, co-curriculum, academic program, upgrade the syllabus, faculty development program, students ratio and all. So these are the 4 approach how to maintain the quality in the higher education system. Moving ahead, the quality is the key. Obviously, no problem. The quality is the key. How the quality is key needs to be created among all stakeholders regarding importance of the quality assessment and effectiveness. National Quality Assurance System in higher education is the coordination by an independent center or agency. We can also think about as we discuss about the internal evaluation resulting in the self-assessment report, intermittent evaluation by the external expert, partially based on the establishment, self-assessment finding, publication of the evaluation outcomes, and assessors to appropriateness and effectiveness of the quality assurance method of the procedure. So now discuss about the quality, how will be quality maintained in the 4 ways. and how it's developed. As you know, NAAC has the AQR Annual Quality Assurance System. Once any institution is accredited by the NAAC, this is mandatory to fill Annual Quality Assurance Report after the first accreditation. Let us discuss about the AQR. AQR is applicable only after accreditation. Yes, AQR is applicable for the first cycle, not applicable for the first cycle. It should be the establishment of the IQAC in the first cycle, but it is not mandatory to, this is mandatory for the after the first cycle. So this is for when the institution is going to fill the AQR, this is the provision. After the first cycle, submission of AQR is mandatory for all the institutions in every year. And AQR has inward look into improvement, means a little progress each day adds up to the big result, how it's going to become. Like institution often goes into the hibernation after NAAC accreditation. The data-driven process of the revised accreditation framework required 5-year data for assessment, as you know. So as you know, the after first cycle, the AQR is filling of AQR is mandatory. Yearly, a 5-year AQR is going to become for next cycle of the SSR. Assimilate the data every year would easy AQR 2 days. And perfections. Institution opportunity to compare the data, means last year what is data, where their institutions are lacking, where they are the weakness, they can see, and they, in this area they can improve. So the suggested area of the growth as per the recommendation of the peer. The peer team member in this area, the HEI needs to positively. AQR provides continuous introspection. AQR mandatory for self-study report. So as of now, if any institutions come for the accreditation, that which 4-year AQR? At least recent IAQ. We have listed many questions related to AQR. Our college is accredited 2010. Now we are planning, suppose 2020, now 21. Now we are planning to come for the next cycle. So which year AQR we supposed to fill? Very simple. Recent 4-year AQR is mandatory. You supposed to fill all AQR, but if you are come for the next cycle and second cycle, you need to be submit all at least 4 recent AQR. It mandatory to submission of IIQA, means before second cycle IIQA submission of IIQA, you need to be submit 4 IIQA, 4 AQR, then you have to apply for IIQA. So this is the thing how you have to fill the AQR, then you have to come for the IIQA. When AQR to be submitted? This is very good question. Every 1st of the June, the window open for the AQR submission, and the window shall remain open the 31st of the December every year. We receive many queries from the institution when we are going to fill the AQR. For example, I just take one academic year. For the year 2019-20, the window will open if any institution is accredited. So for this institution, there needs to be, if any institution ready to submit AQR for academic year 19-20, the window will open the 1st June 2020 and shall close by the 31st December 2020. It means there is 6 month time to be filled the AQR as per your accreditation date, accredited date. So this is how you fill the AQR. What if I miss AQR deadline? The window time is applicable to previously completed academic year only. If any previous AQR can be submitted throughout the year, suppose example for the year 19-20, the window shall open the 1st June 2020, but to fill AQR 18-19 or the 17-18 or any previous year, the institution provision to fill throughout the year. So this is important how you understand. AQR is mandatory despite the institution progressing for the assessment and accreditation for the subsequent cycle. Online submission only. Yes. Nowadays, AQR submission is mandatory and all the process, as you know, now the NAAC whole process is online only, online submission only. How you fill the AQR from January 2019 onwards, the AQR to be submitted online through NAAC portal only. Earlier it was email. Through the email, the HEI needs to be submit the AQR academic year wise. But now from January 2019, this is a separate portal. If you want to fill the AQR, you have to register. If already registered, not necessary to register, and then you have to fill the AQR. It is visible if you have second cycle, third cycle, or which year AQR you are going to submit. That portal is automatically going to reflect this year AQR's HEI needs to be submit. That pop-up pop-up up there in the portal, HEI portal there in AQR menu. Prior January 2019, NAAC accepted AQR by the I have told the what if the institution missed out submission of AQR prior to year 2019, any submission of AQR are only for the present or the previous year. So this is how the process of AQR fill like that. But now if any institution wants to ask, we have forget this year of the AQR, how we have to submit, then immediately you have to raise the query, and you also can register if you are not registered, and if you are registered, you can able to see on your portal, you are able to see which year AQR you are supposed to be submit. How what is in AQR? It is AQR is a very simple. Whole AQR is consist of the two part A and part B. Part A is a very simple. We have about 17 preliminary details like institution's name, address, academic calendar is there, all 4-year AQRs is there, all the basic information about institution, about IQAC, plan of action, about AQR, process of approval, about institution participation in AISHE, about MIS of the institution. So this is basic question in their part A. And the part B is similar. You know, in SSR we have 7 criteria. We have also 7 criteria there. The same 7 criteria name is there in our AQR. But the question is for only 1 year, not is the 5 year. It is not for 5 year. Because in SSR we have asked question for the current year, 5 year, block year and all. I will discuss in my next slides, in my earlier later slides. But in AQR, the criteria wise course, this is for the 1 year, like curriculum 1, curriculum aspect, this is criteria 1, 2, teaching, learning, evaluation. And likewise, the criteria 7, institution values and best practice, we have the questions. Now, how the AQR review and process? After the submission of AQR by the institution, NAAC officer here the review the AQR, and if there is any discrepancy or anything is there, the clarification posted by NAAC officer. NAAC officer send the clarification to the HEI, and institutions submit clarification within the 15 days. Means once HEI submit the AQR, NAAC officer review and submit the clarification. And HEI needs to be respond all those things within the 15 days, and then after that the AQR is approved and accepted. Sometimes we receive many query institution asking about the we have forget to edit these things, we have this in this year, we have. If your AQR is not approved, means your AQR in this situation, under this situation, you have only submitted. You have to chance to edit, because NAAC officer, once they are going to give you the chance to edit if anything is, if you forget or anything is left. But once here any AQR is approved by NAAC, that is, there is no chance to edit. But suppose any very big mistake you have done from your side, immediate you have to raise your query on the IMS. NAAC will see and decide. They may try to give you the options. Let us move about the accreditation. After the AQR, I will discuss about the benefits of the accreditation. As you know, benefits of the accreditation, funding of agencies look for objective. What are the benefits of the NAAC accreditation? So agencies look for objective data for performance funding, enables funding agencies to look for objective and performance of the funding, institutes to initiate, motivate modern method of the pedagogy, enable new sense of direction and identify the institutions, and also enabling the society to look the reliable information on the quality institutions, so making the informed choices, employees look reliable information, and promotion of the intra and inter-institutional interaction. These are the some new initiatives and some of the existing initiatives I want to focus some light in this point. So this is the new initiative, Collegium of the Assessor. As you know, we have assessor right now. We have more than 6,000 assessors in the all the region, eastern, western, northern, and all the region. For the increasing the Collegium of the Assessors and organizing special training program for the special sessions for the training of the assessor for the assessment. Apart from this, we have also the videographic procedure for the on-site visit, for the clarity, transparency of the on-site visit. We have the provision to the recording of the videography. Also covering large scale of assessment and accreditation HEI to the end of ICT solution. Now, this is very much important. I just want to discuss here in one line. Because we have NAAC, we have the whole process in the ICT enabled. So we don't have problem to accreditation number. We cannot say the number is or matter, because the ICT process. So if any number of institution can come, we are able to accredit in one time. ICT strengthening, yes, as you know, we have all the system from starting from the registration, IQA, even post accreditation like AQR, even the appeal system, reassessment, each and every process we have the ICT enabled. NAAC documentary, we have the quality education all over the going day to day. NAAC has the working hard developed, the video documentary is the IPR protected and hosted on the NAAC website to enable the stakeholders to understand the assessment and accreditation process and has far-reaching effect among the institution in higher learning institutions. As I discussed online database, we have also the MHRD dashboard. The MHRD means Ministry of Education. They may watch, they may see the how many institutions are accredited and which state they are in IITB, DBB, SSR. Along with this, we have NAAC video tutorials. We have also prepared the tutorials in English and Hindi, try to prepare in regional language also for the benefits of the HEI. This is there in our website. We have how to fill the SSR, how to fill the AQR, how to respond the DBB. This kind of video we have in our portal. Apart from this, how to understand the process of assessment, this is also there in their NAAC website. In-house development of issue management system. This is very good and very important. We can say the system in NAAC is developed before 3 years back after the RAF. In-house IMS, issue management system. Now the HEI need not to be take a pain. If they have any doubt related to the process of the assessment and accreditation, they may raise all the queries on the portal, HEI portal itself. There is one column support NAAC help desk. I will show in my later slides. They may raise any query related to either related to once IQA or the AQR or the DBB or validity or anything related to assessment. They will get the application that is going to resolve same day or after 1 day. This is the very fast servicing we are proceeding. That is IMS. Our Honorable Director is very much serious about helping the institutions immediately. Apart from this, we have also the centralized complaints management committee, CCMC committee. This is looking for all grievances come under the assessment and accreditation process. Also, we have established the research and analysis wing for the NAAC has established research analysis wing to available to spare the policy decision for the quality improvement program. And we have the logistic division. We have separate logistic division, Bamalari. They are fully going to take care of all logistic facilities of the assessor export of the NAAC. We have collaboration of the national, international collaboration. Also, we have the international fora of the APQ and INQA, and also we have publication like all the publication we have done. Also, the accreditation status about the institution. How many institutions are accredited, which area institution is performing well, they are which area they are not performing well. We have prepared the state-wise analysis report. Also, approx all state report, 28, 29, all the Union Territory and all the state report, we have prepared. Sub-report already published, some of the in the pipeline to immediate publish, some of the about to printing. So we have also in this book, it is there how the institution, where the institution score maximum, where the institution average score, where the institution needs to be developed. All the information they are in their state-wise analysis report. Also, we have the digital library. Now, apart from this, we have specific manual for specific institutions like, as you know, we have manual for the UG college separate, PG college separate, autonomous, university, health science college separate manual, health science university separate manual, Sanskrit university, the ODA university, teacher education, yoga college, yoga institutions. So as the nature of institutions, we have prepared more than 8 manuals for the nature of the institutions. Moving ahead, just want to discuss about the current assessment and accreditation process. We have complete automation of assessment and accreditation process, and now we have the data-driven process, and this is validation by the third party. This is called the DBB partner. Basically, we have whole metric. Out of metric, we have two kind of metric: quantitative and qualitative metric. As you know, maybe quantitative metric. For the quantitative metric, we have the data-driven assessment process. For this, we have third-party DBB. DBB needs to be validate all those things on portal only. And for the remaining 30% qualitative metric for the on-site visit. After that, we have the system-generated score. System is going to generate the score with combination of the online evaluation and the peer judgment. That 70% is the online evaluation and the peer judgment is the 30%. And we have also the online student satisfaction survey. That student satisfaction survey, that is the criteria 2.7.1. For the institute affiliated college and university and autonomous, there is separate weightage 30, 50, and 60. 60 for the UG and PG college weightages. For this, when the institution is submit the SSR, during the SSR, the HE needs to be submit all the information related to students. Email ID is the very much important, because all the student satisfaction survey, once the institution submit the SSR, the NAAC is select the institution, they are pick the all email IDs and send the students direct to the student, not the institution, for the transparency. To the students link, there is 21 question. They send to the 21 question to the students. Student needs to be fill the question and submit to the direct to the NAAC. There is no information of the HEI, that is for the student satisfaction survey, and this is very much mandatory. If it is any institution have how many students in under in all the programs of the students, total number of students in the institution, that may be the percentage at least 10% of the all the students. How many students you have claimed on the IQAC, or the 100, which is the minimum, that is for the taken as a taken for the evaluation process. If below that, that is not considered as the evaluation process, and for this, that metric number is going to 0. So this is very much important. The online survey is also important. What minimum criteria standard NAAC is has decided, that is 10% and 100 number of students to the how many students you have claimed on the IAQ. After that, there is system selection, integration, logistic to the external agency, very important. We have the portal, but in the portal, how we select the 30% who is going to validate for particular institutions. So for this, as college, as in institutions, we have 2 days visit. In these 2 days visit, suppose any institution is West Bengal. So all 3 members from apart from West Bengal, maybe some of the Karnataka, another maybe Uttar Pradesh, another maybe Andhra Pradesh. That 1-2 person not in the same state. This is the criteria. So there is 3 different person, 3 different experts from the different states, and also the institution in the different state. That state also we are not going to consider, are not taking any expert. So that is how to select even for the subject wise. Suppose the institution is the BA, BSc, and BCom. So at least a chairperson is like BA or BSc or BCom. 3 all expert are the different subjects specialization. Introduction of pre-qualification means, as you know, there we have 70% quantitative metric. Under the 70% quantitative metric, at least if any institution score 25% or more, it means that is the institution is pre-qualification pass. Then the on-site visit will happen. Otherwise, there is if the institution is below the 25% score, that is that file is going to close. That is called the institution is pre-qualification fail. Optional metrics. Yes, we had the option for the autonomous and the affiliated UG college. You have to opt some of the metric which you have not data or the input. But for this, we have some guidelines, and as per guidelines, you can opt out total confidently, and there is an institution values. So this is the overall highlights of the assessment and accreditation process. This is the overall process of assessment and accreditation. Once the institution registered under NAAC, they have to fill IAQA. If IAQA is accepted, then they fill the SSR. For SSR, there is 45 days to be filled. Within the 45 days, HEI needs to be submit SSR. Then once the SSR submitted by college, there is two parallel process. One is DBB and other is student satisfaction survey that I explained. DBB I will tell in next slide. Then after the DBB process, there is pre-qualification score will generate that I explained 25% or greater. If less, the qualification, the institution fail. If fail, if passed, the next process is peer team visit. After peer team visit score, plus there is a DBB score, plus student satisfaction score, all together they combine, that is declare the result. If any institution pre-qualification fail, they apply again with IIQA Press after 6 months. If any institution IIQA rejected, they have two more attempts within the same year, within the same phase, excluding first attempt. So this is the whole process of the assessment and accreditation process. Let us move about the self-study report. The self-study report is consisting of the 6 parts: executive summary, profile of the institution, extended profile, quality indicator framework, data template, and optional metrics. This is and what very necessary information, what readiness should be done by the institution. This is very much important. Understanding of metric. Now I'm going to take 2 minutes here because this is important slides. If any institution needs to come for the assessment and accreditation process, before submission of IAQA, not SSR, submission of IAQA, institution needs to be ready for the assessment and accreditation process. Because the reason is what? If you once you submit your IAQA, the timeline is started. So there is, because we have the process, we have some timeline for the one process to the move to the next process. So before that, you have to understand the whole assessment and accreditation process, and your readiness is very much important. For this, understanding of metric is important. Quantitative metric, quantitative metric. Under the quantitative metric, also very much understanding of metric, which kind of supporting documents HEI needs to be submitted, which kind of, what information HEI needs to be filled, the data template, and what metric means, and some maybe related metric. You don't put same document in the 2 metric because one supporting document consider only 1 metric. If you are going to submit 2 metric, that is not going to consider, is only consider only 1 metric. Upload relevant supporting document. Go through the NAAC manual and guidelines, data templates, all quantitative, each quantitative metric we have data template, and HEI needs to be filled the data template. This is big work. That's why I told before assessment and accreditation process, your readiness is important. Once you are ready to come for the assessment and accreditation process, refer standard operating procedure. Very easy, very simple, very good process. Once you're ready to come for the accreditation process, you need to be go the NAAC website, naac.gov.in. In first page, home page only, apply online. There is the different type of SOP like UG college, PG college, autonomous college, university, Sanskrit, teacher education, ODN. All institution NAAC is prepared SOP and reflected on the NAAC website. You have to download and go through the which kind of document you're supposed to ready for the assessment and accreditation process. Executive is very simple. Introductory criteria wise summary. I'm not going to spend more time. Basic profile information. And third is extended profile. This is important. And when any institution needs to submit the extended profile information, you are very much careful. We have 4 type of question, and therefore we have some question also. You may see here: program, student, academic, institution. If you're going to give number of program, institution needs clearly what is program, what is courses. If any program that is reflect your degree, that is called as the program. Any subject and paper is called the course. It is already there in NAAC glossary. Please go through there. So this is the program. Understanding of program, understanding of course is very much important. This is not a very big thing. You can understand as an academic expert. The students, we have 3 questions related to student. Number of students year-wise during the last one. This is very much important. I want to spend more time here. Actually, when you, sometime institution under, this is the 5-year question. The number of students year-wise during the last 5 years. So it means 5 academic year institution provide the number of students. Sometimes institution needs only admitted students or enrolled students, not enrolled. This metric needs 2.1 on roll student particular academic year, means how many students on roll either first year, second year, third year, fourth year, or the first year, second year, or third year. So whole students mean 1918, how many students are total in their institutions, 1819 how many, 1718 how many, likewise you have to provide the students. Another is year mark category. As per 50% reservation in what policy minority, you have to give the policy document. As per reservation, how you have taken admission, you have to give the data. Also the number of outgoing students, you have to give the number of outgoing final year students, not past student, outgoing students. Number of full-time teacher, this is academic related information, number of full-time teacher. So as per NAAC norms, full-time teachers means, we know there is the different problem because some of the institutions have very less number of faculty because the visiting faculty, guest faculty, some of the things, because the reason is what, there is no sanction order and sanction letter are there. So for this we have come out and we have changed the full-time teacher definition. What is full-time teacher definition? Any faculty, if they cover 90% of syllabus, that is called as the full-time teacher. But for this, you have to give supporting documents that is certified by the principal. That look like that teacher is full-time teacher. This teacher is completed 90% of the syllabus. Next is number of sanction posts. For this, you have the sanction order. You have to give the sanction order. Last is institution-related courses. Total number of class, room, and seminar halls. For this, you have to provide geotag photograph. Total expenditure. Excluding salary EOI, you have to provide their total expenditure. Number of computer for academic purpose, not administrative purpose. So these are the basic things in extended profile. As you know, all the extended profile questions are the denominator for the metric wise questions. So if you are going to give in numbers, that numbers should be very clear, the numbers should be very specific, the policy documents should be matched with the numbers. Moving ahead, now discuss about the quality indicator framework. Sorry. This is key indicator and total metric, quantity, how many criteria, 7. This all you know. Now I'm discuss about types of quantitative metric. So we have 5 types of quantitative metric. First is the quantitative metric which seeks year-wise data. As I mentioned, the year-wise data like this. So HEI needs to be provide input year-wise. Another second type of question, block year. In this, HEI needs to be submit collectively 5-year data. That is called as the block year. And apart from this, third kind of, this is the options type of questions, any 4, any 3, any 2 kind of things. And fourth is the data latest completed academic year, means only current year information you supposed to be submit. And the fifth type of question, this is automatically calculated from the extended profile, like students and full-time teacher ratio. As you saw, there is number of students and number of full-time teachers. The system is automatically going to calculate. So that is calculated from the extended profile. Apart from this, I am going to discuss about these three. Today, Manu, we have also discussed about in stakeholder meeting. If any metric, you know, we have the metric, suppose just take example PG college. In this PG college, we have 60 quantitative metric. In this 60 quantitative metric, we have three kind of metric. For this three kind of metric, there is data how we have to fill. So for first, as you know, for the academic year, for other academic year, like suppose 1920, suppose you are going to fill the information. So for this, the academic year is like that, 1st June to 31st May. So this is for all the metric. But some of the metric we have related to the finance related and the publication related. For finance related metric, HEI needs to give the data 1st April to 31st March, like financial year wise, and any metric is related to the publication, you have to be submit the data as per calendar year, like 1st January to 31st December. So this is 3 academic year, as I mentioned. One is academic year, one other is for the finance related data or calendar related data. You have to give the data as per this. Data template is very simple. As you know, this is the Excel file for the all quantitative metric. How this NAAC is already prepared. You have to fill. Don't edit Excel file. This is optional metrics rule. Criteria 1, 2, 7 are essential. There is no option, no choice to opt out any metric. But in criteria 3, 4, 5, 6, you have to opt out. But each criteria maximum opt out 10 weightage only. And overall weightage is not 30, not more than 30, and 3% of the total weightages. This is the come out the DBB process. The DBB process is, you know, the DBB is once you any HEI submit the online SSR, the DBB it is assigned to the DBB partner. DBB partner check all the quantitative metric data templates supporting documents. If any information is not there or any problem, then immediate DBB partner has to be checked AISHE, NRF, UGC institutional website, that is external web source, and all the then after that the DBB partner raise the queries, either extended profile question or the quantitative metric on portal only, and HEI have 15 days total. They needs to be submit all the supporting documents and revise clarification within the 15 days. This is mandatory. And for better understanding, you go to the SOP, standard operating procedure. I told earlier, there is no extension of timeline, only for the natural calamity and political disturbance. But now, more than half year, 1 year and 1.5 years, they are going to give continuous extension due to the COVID, because this is also the disturbance, natural disturbance. And there is no second level of clarification, means once HEI submit the SSR, the DBB check the all quantitative metric. Wherever there is discrepancy, then DBB asks the clarification. And HEI needs to be submit within the 15 days. Once your DBB submitted, there is no chance to submit any document. If you are going to submit any document, either IMS or the hard copy or the email or the help desk, that is not going to consider. What information is there on the portal, that much only going to consider. So there is no second level of communication. And also, if the input are more, the document may be provided for small random selection for the data. If the small random selection, suppose we have many metric. I just take one example. We have one metric. Number of students got the summer internship. So for this, we have maybe students gone for the summer internship more than 1,000, or it depends on size of institutions, infrastructure, and admission. So what DBB asks, which type of question DBB asks? They select some random number of students on the data template. Suppose X student, Y student, Z student, like that, and they ask, please provide this documents. So you needs to be provide all the supporting documents, certificate, summer intern certificate. If institutions, DBB asks 10 certification and institutions provide only 8 certificates, that data is going to pro rata data, the decision is going to change as per pro rata basis, that is input is going to decrease 80%. If you provide 10 certificate, that is your how much input, how many hours claim, that is considered safe. So how the decision going wherever the system is asked, is asked for the random selection questions. After the DBB process, there is deviation generated. That deviation is no change our data, or some maybe what you have given the submit the data, that is considered by the DBB partner, because this is matching with the supporting documents. And also the DBB, maybe DBB suggested some input, and that is considered by the HEI as per your supporting document, and maybe after clarification, HEI clarify after 15 days, and that is data is matched with supporting document, that is called HEI clarification. And change after clarification is totally change how much you claim, that is totally change as per your supporting document. It may be 0, it may be increased or decreased depending on the supporting document. This is some of the important point to be noted by the HEI, because we have each metric maximum. The HEI only are able to submit the document 5 MB. So what HEI needs to be do, they has to upload the same on the institution website, provide a particular link on the response box if more than 5 MB documents. Number 1. Number 2, provide particular URL instead of generic website. Don't protect any kind of password. Don't give any data in any drive, either Google Drive, Amazon Drive, or any kind of drive. Don't give any data under drive, because the drive is not considered. This notification is there in NAAC website. And there is no other means of communication between the HEI and DBB partner except response box provided against each metric, whereas the queries are raised. Timeline is very important. You have to very much particular about the timeline. Website should be function during the AA process or the DBB process. When this is mandatory disclosure, HEI needs to be shown in our website, in HEI website, NAAC folder, metric-wise information. Wherever any discrepancy, immediate either NAAC or the DBB, contact to the HEI website for the smooth functioning of the DBB process. Check notification on portal, generated email ID. You have to provide geotag photograph. How to take geotag photograph? It is there in NAAC guidelines, SOP. Wherever the policy document is vernacular or regional language, you have to submit the English translated version signed by the competent authority along with the original document. You have to post, you have to upload. We have some of the documents we have measured in terms of lakh, not in terms of number. I just take one example. We have one metric. We are asking data, number of books and journals published. So suppose any particular year like 1890, institution expenditure is 1,50,000. So don't give number like 150 and 000. You have to go like 1890, 1.5. Understanding of glossary is very much important, and also we have some budget related metric. In this you have to give the audited statement that is certified by CA if the private institution, if the government institution, that is certified by the competent authority, principal or the finance officer. Moving ahead, I just want to focus some of the metric that is challenging metric. This is my last topic. I take maybe 4 or 5 minutes more. So we have some of the metric that is very much challenging metric. Wherever we found, this is my personal experience, the HEI's mistakes. So first, I care about the programming course. That is, you may go through the glossary, understand about the programming course. Course is very clear. Subject and paper is called course, and program is your combination of a degree that is called the baby BA English, history, pol science. Then another combination may be BA economics, sociology, and other subjects. So like that, this is called as the program, and you can also go through the concerned university for the better understanding. And 2.1 I already explained. I want to explain here in the 2.1 number of students year-wise during the last 5 years. As I told, that is enrolled student year-wise, not enrolled students. And also full-time teacher, I explained the 90% cover the subject, that is called a full-time teacher, but that policy document should the competent authority. These are the full-time teachers. And also the total classroom and seminar hall, computer I say is for the academic purpose only, don't give for the administrative purpose. And focus on the 4.2 metric, this is total expenditure. Actually, we have expenditure related 3 metric in the metric wise, and one is there, it's a 4.2. We have find out, this is total expenditure. And another 3 metric we have, that is called as total expenditure related to the augmentation. One metric expenditure related to the books, purchase of books in general. And third is the expenditure related to the maintenance of the infrastructure. So these 3 different type of expenditure: augmentation, maintenance, and the purchase of books and journals. We found one of the institutions given here, total expenditure is less, and one of the metric 414, they are given the expenditure is more. How it is possible? At least all 3 metric plus that should be there in the total expenditure. This kind of mistake you don't give. You have to think about that clearly. Augmentation is not augmentation expenditure. And please highlight when you're going to give the audited statement and balance it, what you are going to provide the supporting document as per SOP. You have to highlight if the metric is augmentation related expenditure. You have to highlight these are the augmentation year-wise. This is also 5-year questions. And this is if any metric, if this metric is related to purchase of books and journals, not newspaper. Not newspaper. We are not considering newspaper. So you have to highlight the books and journals. These are the books and journals year-wise. And also, if you're going to give the maintenance of infrastructure, not the fresh purchase of building, sometimes building, land and all. No, this is the expenditure, not maintenance of expenditure. So you have to provide the maintenance of infrastructure and academic expenditure. You have to highlight and suppose the push the document in the concerned metric. So this is how the expenditure you have to do. That I have already explained. That is, I have already explained. This is these 3 questions are related to expenditure. These 3 questions are different. You have to highlight and give the supporting document in audited statement. Moving ahead, this is another metric 2.1.2. Average percentage of seats filled against seat reserved for various categories. So in each category there is the sanction seat. There is the some percentage of sanction. So you have suppose the sanction seat is 100 and you have admission taken 70. So it is not going to just like put the, suppose more students come, you have to put the general. No, it's not like that. If you have policy document, obviously you can do, you can give the supporting documents. But how many reserved for SC? It should be separate, ST separate, OBC separate, and other kind of things you have to separate. And for this, you have to give the documents. So this is one kind of things that what we have find the confusion and mistake done by the HEI. Another 2.4.2 metric, quantitative metric, average percentage of full-time teacher with PhD, DM, MCH last 5 years. In this, we find out that HEIs understood like how many support. This is 5-year question, 18-19. How many PhD done completed by faculty? No, this metric is not asking in this particular how many faculties are completed PhD. This is for how many PhD holder, PhD faculty has in this institution in this particular. Maybe it is repeated. Maybe 17, 18, 40. Then 18, 19, again 40, maybe 40 plus, because maybe another faculty has done also the PhD in this particular 18, 19. So its metric is like that, not like that how many faculty had done PhD in this particular year. Moving ahead, another metric is percentage of teachers recognized as research guide. Latest completed academic year, you have to give the data, how many teachers are recognized as a research guide, and this is for the latest completed academic year. And number of teacher, same, this is a question. Now next metric, number of books and chapters, edited volume books published, paper in national and international conference, proceeding teachers during the last 5 years. Yes, this is also the 5-year question. You have to provide the how many books that chapters are edited volume, ISBN number is considered, data template is there already mentioned in SOP. As per SOP, you have to provide the data. And one metric is for the institution 341. Institution had several collaboration linkage for the faculty exchange, student exchange, internship, field trip. So anything in institution has the collaboration for the faculty exchange, student exchange, internship, field trip, on-job training, research, etc. during the last 5 years. Apart from this, another metric is number of functional MOUs for the national and international institution, university, industries, corporate houses during the last 5. So we found here in these two metric, institution are confused to give same document in these two documents. No, the number of functional MOU is very clear. There is the formal, there is the legal, there is a formal agreement between the two parties that is signed by two parties, some of the objective of the MOU, and that is date and what is the objective of MOU and signed by the two parties. So for this, you have to provide e-copies of the MOU. In this is informal collaboration, not formal, informal collaboration for this faculty exchange or the student exchange or the internship or the field trip, etc. So this is for the understanding of the metric. Now another metric, capacity building of the skill enhancement. There is option soft skill, language communication, life skill, yoga, fitness, ICT. In this institution, given if they are celebrated International Yoga Day, they are given the document that is international, and they are opted any three of the above. No, only the yoga celebration, international yoga celebration is not the this in this particular point. This is not the capacity building and skill enhancement. If you have regular, if you have some specific provision for the students, they have done the yoga in the institutions, either weekly or daily or monthly, that is called as a skill enhancement, and you have to give the for this photograph and the report and all and prospectus and all. So understanding. Next is average percentage placement outgoing student during the last 5 years. In this, what we have found, NAAC is considered only if any institution get student placement during on the college drive only. Apart from college drive, if any students got the placement, that is not considered by the NAAC. So only the taking the pain, taking the initiation of the institution, if any students are placed, that is considered come under this point. Number of award, medal, outstanding performance of cultural activities, university, state, national, international. Obviously, this metric is asking award of the national and international level. But what the confusion here? This metric is for only award and medal of outstanding performance, not for simple appreciation or the participation. The participation and appreciation not be considering the 5.3.1. Only award, that award may be the national or the international level. If any participation or the appreciation for the first, second, third prize, that may be considered because this is the award kind of thing, but not only simple participation. Moving ahead, one more metric, average number of sports, culture, event, competition in which the students of the institution participation during the last 5 years. So there is event and activity. It should be clear. In maybe in institutions, in one activity, in one event, lot of activities are there. So activity we are not considering in this metric. If there is event, suppose in 1 year there is 2-3 event come, so that is in 1 year 3 event. But in one event maybe lot of activities, sports, volleyball and all other program, other dance competition, group dance and all. So this is not 5, 6 become like 6. So we have considered in this metric event, not activities. And this is the alumni contribution is simple, not a problem. Average number of professional development administrative training program are organized by the institution. This is for the teaching and non-teaching both. So any professional training provided by the institutions for teaching and non-teaching, that can be considered here. But there is confusion on metric is also for the, we have asking data for the orientation program, refresher program. So we have found these institutions support the same document in this metric and other metric. This metric is for not us any days, mean it may be 1 day, 2 day or 3 day. But in this metric we have mentioned there at least 5 days program considered as a faculty development program or refreshment program as per UGC and NAAC. In this metric we have considered non-teaching and non-teaching program organized by the institution during the last 5 years. One more metric, fund grant received from non-government bodies individual philanthropists during the last 5 years. Actually, we have two metric. In criteria 3, we have asking from the grant. So this metric we have asked the grant for government and non-government for the research only. If any institution received any grant for the research related, that is considered in criteria 3. Apart from research, if anything received from institution, that is considered in this metric, that is 6.4.2. This is the SOP I supposed to be not to discuss. I think it is okay. My presentation is stopped. Thank you so much all for listening here patiently. If you have any doubt or query, I'm happy to resolve here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ruchi Tripathi. Actually, you have touched upon some areas. You have focused on some areas. Basically, we are administration and here the participants are also part of the university authority. So, yes, you're right. As Aristotle said that duality is not an act. So, you have rightly pointed out. So, from your discussion, what I found that NAAC assessment and accreditation should not be a fifth year
your SSR. Because as we know, most of the institutions, they did not conduct activities and maybe the problem. So that's why for this, NAAC is going to increase 6 months extra, and that 6 months is maybe parallel, maybe this 6 months is common for the 2019-20 and 2021. That's 6 months. But HEI needs to be submitted. But one more thing is very much important. If you are planning to come in third cycle or any other cycle, at the second cycle or any institutions, so you have to be very much careful. A lot of institutions are in today. They are in the filling stage of SSR, but they are not getting the benefit of the 6 months. Why? Because the 6 month 2021 is going to after 31st December.
True.
So you have to apply IAQA at your academic year, because if any institution right now they are submitting SSR in the month of July, so they only needs to be suppose today, submit in the July month only information, not after July, because they are filling stage. So if you are planning to come to accreditation, you need to be careful that 6 month benefit at least you have to enjoy. The HEI needs to be enjoyed. So this is for 2021 academic year. After 31st December, during the December, you are able to enjoy this 6 month benefit. Otherwise, this institution only June and July, 2 months only they are going to enjoy the benefit. But NAAC is open 6 months. So
Okay, so ma'am, what should our timeline be like? We will be submitting our SSR.
If you are not going to submit IIQA before 3rd November, that your validity is going to expire there. If you are in the process, if you are going to apply IIQA November, so then your validity is going to continue.
Okay, ma'am, there are a few questions which I have. I will be just reading out for them. One is from Dr. Chandan Jana, who is the principal of Purushkanpur Horidas Nandi Mahavidyalaya. He says that none was informed earlier about geotagging of photographs of seminar or conference and similar events. Accordingly, many colleges have normal pictures but not geotagged. What can we do now?
Okay. For this, my answer is what? Very simple geotag photograph. All the steps are there in our guidelines. Very simple. In all the smartphone, mobile, this option you have to on location. Then if you are going to take any pic, there is latitude and longitude is going to be visible. Number one. If you're talking about earlier photograph, you did not take in. So for this, you have to give simple photo. You are not able to take geotag photo and give the justification. This is the photograph we have taken, and there is no geotag photo record and all. You have to justify your answer in the photograph only, and with the report and give the some supporting documents, some quality document. That is enough.
Okay, ma'am, Dr. Chandan Jana is here and he has raised his hand. So I guess he wants to ask or say something. Yes, over to you, Dr. Chandan Jana.
Thank you, Dr. Rumpa Das. Thank you, Madam, Dr. Ruchi Tipati, for your nice presentation and also for giving answer to my queries. I have also another query to you, Madam. Our third cycle, we are also heading for third cycle, and that is going to expire this September 17th of this. We have submitted all the AQR. Now, as you said about queries on Rumpada's query, so what should we need to do now? We also need to submit the IIQA. And
yes, sir. If you want to, sir, still you have time in September 17.
Right.
September 17, you have validity of the accreditation.
Right.
If you are planning to, if you are applying IIQA, planning to continue your validity period, you have to apply in the month of September only IIQA.
Right.
If you are not going to apply IIQA, then that your validity is going to discontinue. When you are, if you are in the process, your validity is continuing. I mean to say, if you are in the process, because all the process is at least 3 months, 4 months, depend on technical and corona and all. So if you are in the process 6 months, suppose after September, your 6 months you are in the process of NAAC. So 6 months, it means your validity is continuous.
Okay, then I can submit the SSR later on, right?
IAQ. First, you have to come as IAQ.
After submitting the IIQA, so I will have some time to submit the SSR.
Yes. For SSR, after approval of IIQA, we have given this 45 days to full completion of the SSR.
But what I think, we are not in a position like Dr. Rumpa Das's college. So our college is not.
No problem. If I understood, because this lockdown and all problem is so you have to get, you have to prepare, you have to plan, you have to ready for the assessment. Don't worry about the validity period and all. After November, December, January, February, March, you have to come and you have to get your accreditation. I'm just saying about your validity period. If you are in the process, then your validity is continued. But it is not mandatory to come November, December, like that. You have to come as per your choice, as per your readiness. This is not mandatory. I want to say only if you want to continue your validity, you have to come in the process as a Rumpa Das number and use September.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There is another question from Dr. Aratrika Roy of Malda College. She asks whether there will be any change in the format of AQAR and SSR, considering the pandemic situation, as no initiative could be taken. Something which I asked almost.
Atrika ma'am, as you know, for AQAR, there is the, if your institution is PG college, UG college, autonomous, or the university. On your portal, only that much format is going to open. You have to submit the AQAR of this particular institution. So need not to worry if there is some format, because there is not right now there is no email system in now. Means if you are going to ready for the submission of AQAR and your institution is PG, affiliated PG, it should be open only affiliated PG AQAR. By the way, we have separate format, separate question as per manuals. But if your institution is PG college, that PG college AQAR is only will open. So don't bother about the format. Number 2, you are asking about the SSR. Nothing is changed. But after 2019, 2020, what is there in 2020 in our website, that is same manual is there. What is there in manual? Nothing is changed. So, you are talking about the timeline activities, not like that. For this, I have already explained. We have given 6 months extra in 2019-20 and 2021 academic year. You have to enjoy this 6 months extra.
Ma'am, there is another question. Somebody wants to clarify the definition, or rather the concept of full-time teacher, which you have shared with us. One who covers 90% of syllabus. Now, ma'am, the question is, and I kind of agree, and many of my colleagues here would also agree, that there is, in a particular department, no single teacher actually completes 90% of the syllabus. We have, if there is a department of 6 teachers, and like how can one expect?
Actually, there is in different terms. Actually, the confusion from the HEI side is permanent teacher and full-time teacher. So that's why NAAC is changing the definition of full-time teacher. So we are not asking about the permanent, because we are focused only the academic point of view. The permanent and temporary is fully taken care by the UGC, not NAAC. NAAC is only focused on the quality and academic one. So for this, because some of the institutions face the problem related to the permanent teacher, because they don't have a permanent teacher, but they are hire some guest faculty, visiting faculty, and short-term faculty for the completion of the subject. So for this benefit, we have changed the definition of full-time teachers. If any institution teacher, suppose Rumpa Das is the principal, I'm not going to take the example. Suppose any teacher, suppose the visiting teacher or the guest faculty, if she has completed 90% of the any subject, that is considered as a full-time teacher, because she has completed 90% of the syllabus. 10% is other faculty, not matter. But less than 90% syllabus, teacher is not considered as a full-time teacher. So this is focus on the permanent and temporary, and this confusion we are going to erase these things, because institution has a lot of doubt about the guest faculty, they claim as a guest faculty is a full-time teacher. If this guest faculty is considered full, 90% taking the subject, that is considered as a full-time teacher. But if they are going to take only 50% and less than 90, that is not considered as a full-time teacher.
Ma'am, I'll just give you an example, and if you can kindly explain. For instance, I teach in the Department of English. So I have another person who is an assistant professor, stage 3, and there are 4 other teachers in our department who were earlier guest teachers, but now they have been redesignated as state-aided college teachers. So none of us, 6 of us, we undertake 90% of classes. Do you mean that the load of syllabus which is assigned to them, of that they have to do 90%? Because none of the teachers is assigned 90%.
No, exactly, some confusion is there. I just want to say, you are saying some subject name, I don't know if I forget. English something.
English, yes.
English. My question, before I'm going to answer this question, I just want one question. One English subject means some paper. In English subject, there may be 2-3 papers are there.
Yes.
But my concern is only, you are going to complete the syllabus?
Yes, we shared the syllabus burden. At the beginning of a semester, we have a departmental meeting and the syllabus is divided.
Before the exam, you are completing the subject. You are completing the subject. Na? So if you are going in 1 year, you have come before exam, you have completing the paper. In this completion of paper, if any teacher is completing this paper is 90% of syllabus, that is called as a full-time teacher. That much only.
So that I, as the principal of an institution, I have to certify that a particular teacher has completed 90% of the syllabus, which has
Suppose you are claim in particular in 1920, you have the 80 full-time teacher or the 60 full-time teacher. To that 60 full-time teacher, you have to justify the supporting document. These are the teachers, they are completed this syllabus, and this is the subject, they are taught this subject, this is course name, this is program name, like, and we have to certify. But my question is, what you are completing subjects in institutions?
Yes, I do.
That is one. So if you are completing and guest faculty is also completing 90%, that is considered as a full-time teacher. That is
Another question which I have is the number of sanctioned posts in our college was a fixed one, and there was a post which was vacant in commerce for a long time, and then we had someone who was transferred from another college to our college. So are these transferred posts or all these can be considered?
If the transfer faculty, that college not claim, that you can claim, but the policy document you have to upload.
Right.
If that faculty, that college claim, we are completing this subject from that college, you cannot come.
I can understand. Okay. Ma'am, there is another question regarding the incubation center for research. Professor Shomendra Mohan Vishwas of Bidhan Chandra College, Hooghly, he has asked about the incubation center. What is incubation center for research in undergraduate colleges?
Yeah, sir, for this, I just want to say first you go through the glossary, you have to read what is incubation center. But add-on, I am going to explain here. In the institution, you have some center, you are prepared, and this you have to preparing some research, and you have taken some initiative in the field of research, in the field of some grants. That is considered as the incubation center.
Right.
I hope answered.
I don't think, is there anyone else who wants to ask any question? Thank you, Shubhita, for giving me this opportunity.
So actually, we have the technical section has become very useful.
You are not audible. You are not audible. Yes.
Now you have also highlighted on some issues actually we all wanted to know. So thank you, Dr. Ruchi Tripathi, the organizer, Dr. Rumpa Das, and other teachers of the college who are behind this particular event. And also I'd like to thank all the participants and also Swami Shastrangoji. Now, before we end this session, I'd like to hand over the mic to the principal madam. So, Dr. Rumpa Das, please.
Thank you so much, Shubhida, for this honor. I just have an announcement to make. For some technical reason, the feedback link is not being able to be posted. So we shall be mailing all the participants the feedback link for this webinar, and only upon submission of the filled up feedback link, you will be getting your certificate. So this much I wanted to say. This day's work is done, as in our literary field we say our job is done, and now it's up to the forces to judge the outcome. I request the coordinator of the internal quality assurance cell of our college, Dr. Suchandra Bhattacharya, to deliver the vote of thanks, please.
Namaskar. Distinguished resource person, honorable guests, and esteemed colleagues. I am Dr. Suchandra Bhattacharya, Coordinator of Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Maheshtala College. It is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this one-day national webinar on innovations in teaching, learning, and sustainable development in higher education institutions, in collaboration with National Assessment of Accreditation Council. On behalf of Maheshtala College, I offer my deep gratitude to our collaborating institution, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, which has kindly offered all help in organizing this webinar. I thank our keynote speaker and internationally acclaimed scholar and educationist, Dr. Santosh Panda of Indira Gandhi National Open University, our chief guest, Professor Bashuk Chaudhary, Senior Director, Higher Education of Heritage Group of Institutions, and former Vice Chancellor, West Bengal State University. Swami Shastokananda Maharaj, Principal of Ramakrishna Mission Residential College, Narendrapur. Dr. Ruchi Tripathi, Assistant Advisor of NAAC, for delivering their brilliant discourses on today's topic of discussion. Their scholarly, lucid, and interesting inputs have made this extremely relevant topic much clearer and comprehensive to all of us. I thank Professor Mosro, Register of Rabindra Bharati University, for kindly agreeing to chair our technical schedule in spite of his busy schedule. I offer my humble thanks to all our dignified guests from different institutions all over India for their positive participation, valuable observations, and interesting questions. My sincere gratitude to Sri and Srimati Ratna Chattopadhyay, our patrons, for offering their precious support and encouragement. I express my thanks to all honorable members of the governing body of our college, all respected members of our IQAC, all teachers and non-teaching staff members for their unfailing support and wholehearted cooperation. Our students are our pride, and they have made our endeavor a very pleasant one. I thank all members of our technical team consisting of Dr. Deepa Bhattacharya, Dr. Sharbani Chattopadhyay, Professor Sudeep Sarkar, Professor Sanatan Soren, Professor Mohammad Zohed, Professor Rai Sarkar, and Professor Ayon Pal for the outstanding effort they have put in organizing the webinar in spite of many adversities. Last but not the least, I thank our principal for her contribution to this webinar. Thank you all. Take care. ভালো থাকবেন। নমস্কার।
So with these words of acknowledgement, our day's sessions come to an end. I personally thank our IQAC coordinator for being there, and all my dear colleagues of the college, my principal friends, my dear friends from the academia, and particularly National Assessment and Accreditation Council, Bangalore, for supporting us in all our endeavors. Thank